on this computer. Everybody didn't have to see how the sausage was made this morning. All right, so we're here today for final defenses. Final proposal defenses. It's Saturday. What is the day? The 28th, the 29th of April, 22. And so we're going to start today with Miss Birdie Barbary. She again is at Greer High School in Greenville County Schools, and she is going to start her. Today's the 30th. Oh, I missed today. She's going to start her. So Birdie, share your screen and get started with your final. Thank you for going first for us today.
Okay. Okay, can y'all see the screen and hear me?
Yes, we can both. Thank you.
All right. So my consultancy project was with Greer High School and specifically with their On Track program. And my focus was in the area of communications. Just a little introduction about this program. Their stakeholders consist of faculty members, students, and parents. And the backbone of this program is they utilize early warning indicators to track the well-being of students and determine what actions need to occur to promote student success. They apply scientific-based best practices in meeting protocols, collaboration, and informing this decision-making process through the use of data in order to best implement the most appropriate interventions. And all of their work goes to positively impact students' grades, attendance, and behavior. So the problem that they're currently facing is there's a lack of stakeholder involvement, and information is not being equitably shared across a diverse array of communication outlets. And I love this illustration here to the left. If the On Track group was the man holding the come over here sign, and then the stakeholders were holding the house sign, this kind of shows how they're trying to get them and bridge that gap from cliff to cliff to get this stakeholder group over to them. And it's not that the other group isn't receptive or willing to come, they're just asking how. So perhaps maybe better resources or communications or support could be given to this group in order to kind of bridge that gap and get them to where they need to be. My research question is, how can the On Track program's communication outlets enhance program awareness, meet the communication needs of all stakeholders, and better all stakeholders' involvement? For my literature review, for my quantitative tool, when I was diving into the history, I decided to choose surveys with my group, and surveys attempt to identify phenomena that occurs in a given population and explores the reasonings and correlations that attribute to such occurrences. Surveys seek to better understand the demographic data, habitual patterns, societal norms, and respond to insights to best evaluate all data points and produce research-based recommendations. So with my consultancy project, I chose to use surveys, and I'll dive into that a little bit deeper later on. For my qualitative tool, when reflecting on the history of qualitative tools, I chose to go with interviews. And throughout the 1980s, qualitative research was identified as being a better method of explaining human behavior as a way for researchers to observe human behavior, ask open-ended questions, encourage respondents to answer candidly, and predict future patterns or behaviors. This allows the researcher to identify the best interventions, recommendations, and strategies to suggest to the partnering organizations that they're evaluating. So this really was a big piece that I used for my qualitative tool as I implemented interviews. For my theoretical frameworks, I chose the work of Chris Argyris's double loop theory and Nicholas Luhmann's social systems theory. The work of Chris Argyris, the double loop learning theory helps people acquire and integrate new information and develop new skills to question or possibly discard familiar or perhaps dysfunctional ways of thinking, feeling, and acting. Therefore, it's not always the methods of reaching the desired objectives that are causing stagnant or poor results, but rather the objective itself that needs to be reconsidered or prioritized. And with this group, it's not that they had bad objectives or that, they weren't very good goals that they were setting, but maybe they needed to reestablish some goals or set new ones based on the needs of their population. So we'll kind of take a deeper dive into that as we move through this project. As far as Nicholas Luhmann's social system theory, in any component such as an institution, agency, or group that collectively work in partnership to produce a whole entity. So the types of groups, or these types of groups, allow researchers to recognize relationships that cause people to be associated with one another, which impact the whole overarching group that's being studied. This alludes that positive change can occur, and if people are able to widely accept this use as useful and promote it among the vast majority of the social system, then it will probably be implemented. People involved in the social system, they must buy into that end goal in order for a desired change to be meaningful to them, and they must understand how their unique role plays a vital part in the overall success of the entire group due to this suggested change. And the reason that I stuck this under that qualitative word is because this one really plays off of my interview process. This is where I was kind of exploring the why of how they answered questions on the survey. And through this process, I went through the recommendations that I had already listed based on the quantitative data and proposed them to them, and these stakeholders, while they were responding and kind of enhancing those recommendations, they were really buying into these recommendations and felt as if they were the ones making these recommendations. And it seemed to generate buy-in and excitement. So this means they're going to be more prone or susceptible to actually make these changes moving forward. As far as my methodology, I used a mixed methodology, meaning I use quantitative and qualitative data to guide me in the process of developing my recommendations and action plan. My interview questions in the qualitative section of research were formatted in an explanatory design. And the explanatory design questions will support my mixed methodology approach. I examined the question of why stakeholders felt certain ways about communication questions that were posed to them. And that is basically the essential objective of the explanatory design model. For the quantitative surveys, I developed a survey through Qualtrics, which was comprised of 10 questions. Of those 10 questions, 4 dealt with program implementation, 4 reflected on program outcomes, and the final 2 were open-ended questions where participants were afforded the opportunity to voice their own personal insights and feedback. For questions 1 through 8, survey participants answered questions using a 4-point Likert scale, where they indicated whether they strongly disagreed, agreed, or strongly agreed with each statement. And all of my questions were worded in a positive manner. So the worst case scenario would be if they chose strongly disagreed. For those 3 surveys, so I sent them out to a group, to the students, to the staff, and to the parents. And all of the surveys had the same set of questions. They were just kind of, they possessed identical questions, but they were phrased differently based on the population that was being surveyed. For my qualitative interviews, I developed an assessment tool that was comprised of 6 questions. I developed 3 versions of the same interview questions, just kind of, like I said earlier, rephrased them based on the group that was being surveyed. And of the 3 groups, they were students, staff members, and parents. The 6 questions reflected potential future recommendations based on the quantitative survey data that I collected and analyzed, but I still afforded the interviewees the opportunity to expand on their own personal experiences and their recommendations that they came with. The questions focused on the opportunity for the on-track group to improve in areas such as social media, eliminating language barriers, sharing informational reminders, updates, and progress reports, and finally, building relationships and eliminating invisible barriers. In order to keep this randomized, I sent out an email to the staff members, students, and parents requesting participants who are willing to volunteer themselves to be interviewed. I then selected the first 2 respondents from each group on a first come, first served basis. And that's who I chose to interview for each group. As I selected the participants for each group, I sent them the survey data analysis document that I created, the 4 identified themes that I previously listed based on the data, my recommendations, and then the interview questions that would be posed in order for them to kind of generate ideas, become familiar with what would be asked, and then for them to consider the recommendations before being interviewed. This just helped me get better insight, and they weren't kind of on the spot making ideas. They were able to really dive deep into the data and see what the results were, what the recommendations would be moving forward, and how do you think we could either change or fix or enhance these moving forward. As far as my quantitative data survey, of the stakeholder surveys that I sent out, I received 18 staff member surveys, 16 student surveys, and 6 parent surveys. From the survey data, like I've stated previously, I had 10 questions in my survey, and the return rate of my surveys were 32%. When diving into the standard deviation, if we're looking at the ranges in my student group, which is the second group listed there, 0.58% to 0.7%, that kind of just showed that the student group responses were grouped more around the mean, and they were just more compact. They had more closely aligned responses, whereas if we look at the staff and parent group, they had a range of 0.37 to 0.94, and that just shows that their responses were more spread out from the mean. When we look at the p-value, and if we're reflecting on the work of Salkind, the known confidence interval for social science for researchers is a 5% chance, or the p-value that's listed there. Of all the 8 close-ended questions that I asked on the student survey, they had a p-value of less than 0.05 or 5%, which indicates that the research is valid with a chance of error less than 5%. However, in the parent and staff member group, some of the question responses were deemed not significant on a few of the questions, and I wanted to be ethical in the disclosure of those findings. On the staff member survey, I did have about 3 questions where there were some no responses from a few of the respondents, and I evaluated those questions and placed them in the strongly disagree column, which would be considered my worst case scenario, since I did word those questions in a positive manner, so that I could just better analyze the data and see how would they have responded if it was the worst case scenario. For the parent survey, most of theirs, because I only had 6 responses, if 4 placed theirs in the agree column and 1 placed theirs in strongly disagree and 1 said disagree, that one would be deemed as not significant. I think that was due to just having such a low response rate on the parent side. But through further investigation, when I was looking into the staff member group, I determined that the questions were not significant on those because there was a bimodal or a 50-50 split, which represented that the 2 groups were equally different in their responses. In order to try to combat this issue as best as I could, I used the interview process to better question why they answered the way that they did, so that I could gain more insight and clarity on why there were such disparities. And then below on the chart below, you can see those are the communication survey results of each group. And then I have the overall mean of all 3 groups combined. This is where they answered disagree or strongly disagree on the survey questions. If it was in green, that meant there were 0 responses. If it was yellow, that meant under half of the responses were deemed as disagree or strongly disagree. And then if it's in red, which I called the big red flag, over half of the responses were deemed disagree or strongly disagree. When looking into the qualitative data, and this is where I implemented the interview process, I conducted 6 interviews with 2 staff members, 2 students, and 2 parents, based on those who volunteered to participate in the process. I posed the same 6 questions to each group, yet rephrased them based on the population that I was interviewing. And the process seemed to generate a lot of buy-in, like I mentioned earlier. When I kind of looked into the strengths based on their feedback, the On Track group does use social media platforms. They do set high expectations, and some communication avenues already exist within this program. So those were some areas of strength. But when we looked into the areas of growth, based on their responses, it seemed that translating documents was a huge piece that we needed to focus in on with this On Track group. Maybe building relationships, they could focus on that a little bit more, and then enhancing the social media that they are using so that it's used more successfully. When looking at the solutions, and I claim this column as a big victory, because all of the interviews agreed on the same recommendations, and I feel like that's hard to do when you've got a very diverse group of people that you're interviewing. And all of them even enhanced the solutions or recommendations that I provided based on their specific community, the needs within their school, and everything like that. So they really enhanced this. And when we were looking at that, it seemed like it generated more buy-in with these stakeholders because they felt like they were helping create these recommendations, which they were, and enhancing them. So they're going to be more prone to be involved in this program, because they feel like we're making a contribution and these are my ideas. And if we use these moving forward, it's going to offer them some validation. When looking into the findings, I found 4 main themes. The first one being social media and just kind of sharing information across platforms, whether that be Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and even just the school's website. They could utilize just sharing information in this area a lot better. On the opposite side, if you see this triangle that goes to the right here, we have eliminating language barriers or translating information. And when looking at the school's demographic data, this is a huge area to increase because 32% of their population are students of Hispanic or Latino ethnicity. So this was a big issue where they need to translate their information so it's provided to everyone is receiving the same information in an equitable manner. And then above these 2 columns that are in the gray here, I placed the shared informational reminders across diverse avenues because it kind of hits on both of these. They can share this information on social media and it can be translated information. But this is an area where they can provide all stakeholders with information by way of email, phone calls, Google applications, and all stakeholders will kind of be on the same playing field as far as the information that they're receiving. They'll receive it in a way that they express that they would like to receive it, where teachers said they preferred email, some parents preferred phone calls. So if we're implementing all of these and still showing it on social media and translating this information, everyone's going to feel like I know what's going on, I know how I can be involved, and they're going to be more willing to participate. And then the biggest area for me, or the best recommendation that I felt that we came up with, was building relationships and eliminating invisible barriers. And beneath that, I placed hosting something such as a block party or a celebration. And this is where the school would focus on upfront at the start of a school year. This group would host a off-campus block party at a place, and the picture is actually the school's football stadium, which is an off-campus location. where they could host a block party and invite all state members, maybe hold a hot dog dinner, have activities to do, and then also provide these people with information just to kind of eliminate the intimidation of actually walking into that school building for whatever reason, for whatever they faced in the past, whether it's they feel like they get a lot of negative feedback based on their child. Maybe when they went through high school, they experienced a lot of negativity in high school. So maybe that school structure itself is really intimidating. So if we host a function off campus at first and build those relationships among all stakeholders, maybe later on, those people will be more willing to come in person on campus for other celebrations, for in-person meetings with their child, where everyone feels like, hey, we're here for the same reasons. We all want to help this child be successful. It's not the staff members or the on-track group versus me and my child. We're all in this as one big team and here for the same reasons. So when diving a little bit deeper into those recommendations based on those 4 themes, the first recommendation that I have is improving their social media presence. And they can just utilize the social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the Greer High School website to celebrate group successes and achievements, provide informational updates, and share that important information that they have throughout the year. The second recommendation would be eliminating language barriers. So this is where they would actively work to translate emails, forms, phone calls, even the school announcements that they're done daily, and social media posts in order to eliminate those existing language barriers. The third recommendation would be shared information through various avenues. So the on-track stakeholders would be provided information by way of progress reports, and by way of emails, phone calls, various Google platforms that the school utilizes, whether that be Google Classroom, Google Sheets, Google Docs, or even when they're in person for meetings. The fourth recommendation would be building relationships and eliminating invisible barriers. And this is where I stated previously, like hosting that back to school block party off campus, whether that be at Dooley Field, which was the school's football stadium, maybe the Greer City Park, which is located in the downtown community of Greer, Lake Robinson, where they provide food and activities and can still share that information and build those positive relationships and make those encounters early on so that there's positive relationships moving forward throughout this process. In conclusion, this is where we're trying to really show how we're closing that gap from cliff to cliff, like I showed on the problem slide. So if we improve social media presence, it really takes no additional cost to do this since these platforms are free to users, but it can work to increase program awareness and aid in promoting the program overall in a positive light. So I thought that was a great thing to kind of highlight on. This doesn't take much financial burden or needs, but it can have a lot of positivity moving forward. In the area of eliminating language barriers, this one takes no additional cost either, because the school already has interpreters or employees who are bilingual. So they already assist in translating other documents. So this would be another way that they could utilize those employees and have all this information translated to kind of meet the needs of their ESOL students and parents. And this will just help that population feel, hey, this is a more inclusive environment. We feel more accommodated, valued, and informed, and we're more willing to participate because we actually know what's going on and we're receiving this information in a way that is understandable to us. When sharing information through various avenues, this one takes no additional cost either, because they're able to use the emails, phone calls, the Google app platforms that are free of charge, or they're already included in the school's budget. So they can already use these yearly because they restate those plans with those companies. But however, it can work to develop more unity among stakeholders because everyone feels up to date and informed about what's occurring on a case-to-case basis. based on the student that they're offering these interventions to. Lastly, in the area of building relationships and eliminating invisible barriers, this one doesn't take additional costs necessarily, because the organization already has some flexible funds that they could utilize. But something that someone brought to my attention when we were in the interview process is that they could reach out to local community businesses or restaurants to ask for them to donate food to something like the hot dog supper for that off-campus event at the Dooley Field, where they're working to build those relationships. And this would just build community support within the organization and increase awareness. And just by simply reaching out and getting donors to maybe, hey, would you like to donate food or come to this event? Maybe that could open doors for potential future jobs for these students who are receiving these interventions, because they're able to make relationships with these people who are providing food, or they're attending these events, who work in their community, and they're able to just make these positive connections up front early on, so that once they graduate, maybe they can go and work for them. Maybe they've made such a great relationship that they found out, hey, I think that's what I want to be when I'm older. So we thought that was another good branch to show in this area of how they could kind of increase awareness and support in that area. Overall, this area would allow stakeholders to build those positive relationships and eliminate a feeling of intimidation, because those positive encounters occurred early on. So they're going to feel more comfortable with attending on-campus events later on throughout the school year as necessary, since they feel valued. And those on-campus events could be celebrations later on. It could be a meeting where we've got to offer some constructive criticism moving forward based on the child's needs. But whatever the case may be, everyone is already established. We're here for the right reasons. We're all on the same team. Let's help this student get to where they need to be. And then lastly, this area would also help all stakeholders just feel like there's no divide. They're all there for the same mission, which is to help that student be successful throughout their high school journey and even post-graduation. These are the references that I used throughout my consultancy project. And I would like to thank you for your time and ask, what questions do you have for me?
Great job.
All right.
Good
Good
Yeah.
job, Bernie, for going first.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
All
question.
right, doctors.
I have a question and a comment. First, and I think you are further along than most probably are in the data collection piece. So, but the question I had was, you used interviews. Did you consider focus groups? And if you considered both, why did you choose interviews?
I chose the interview process just because I thought with a focus group, having such of a diverse array of, you've got your student population, you've got your faculty population, and parents. I didn't want to get into a situation where someone felt uncomfortable sharing how they felt or their recommendations moving forward, especially for students, because they might feel intimidated with faculty members being there, their parents. So I thought it would be just of a less intimidating environment. And if I already offered them these documents of data and recommendations moving forward, they might be more prone to share what is your experiences and what do you feel I'm led to say. And if it's on an individual basis, they're going to probably feel more comfortable sharing information with me on an individual basis versus a whole big group like that, where that could become very intimidating and have very opposing views. So I wanted them to feel comfortable answering honestly and giving me the best feedback that they could.
Okay, thank you. Good answer. And that is one of the reasons why you do focus group or interviews as opposed to focus group, is if you're talking about sensitive information or have, power levels within the same focus group. So that was good thinking. The comment I had to do with one of your last slides where you were describing how there was minimal to no cost associated with your recommendations. That's a missed opportunity, I think, because even though you have translators, I'm sure your translators are probably very busy. You have some existing funds, but those existing funds are probably earmarked for other things. So when you make recommendations, it's important to consider the amount of time that you're taking from people in order for them to manage all that social media. For anyone who's tried to do that before, you think, oh, it's no big deal, but really it's really time consuming, as is translating, as is hosting community events. So put dollar amounts with those things in the form of staff hours or materials needed, because when you're making those recommendations to stakeholder groups, those are who you're soliciting those resources from oftentimes.
Okay.
So put that in there so that you're not overburdening the stakeholders that are trying to build and support this.
Okay.
And Bertie, how large of a school is Greer? How many students?
Oh goodness, I think we're up to 1,200 students right now and still growing.
Okay, so number one, you did a great job with great recommendations. I was curious, how many parent surveys did you send out and only get 6
I
returned?
sent 47 out and received 6 back.
Okay. Did you send it again, like a second time?
I sent it out again and just stated, I opened that window for 15 days for them to respond. And in the middle, I resent out an email, just, hey, reminder if you haven't sent it back. And when I was working with the director, she said that she was really shocked that we even received 6 back. I was still hoping for more, but I was glad that I got some data back from that parent group so that I could go off of that.
Okay, very good. And like Dr. Burgess said, I did notice that as well, that you do, even though it seems like it doesn't cost money, it is important to recognize that people's time and taking away from their current positions is costly in some degree, but just to recognize. And I hope that your admin has been receptive to all of this and that y'all are able to move forward with some of your suggestions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm doing right now is I'm pulling up a document. So give me just 1 second. And while I'm doing this, and then I'll share my screen. Okay, let me get back here. Okay, so thoughts along the way. Excellent job, Bertie. I'm most pleased. The highlights for the group. Bertie hit the nail on the head. Quantitative we do is the what's going on. Qualitative is why. In an explanatory design, we're not trying to compare. We're trying to take the results from the quantitative and then explain it. Why is it this way and what we can do better? That fits her theoretical model of Arduous's double loop, which is you can't just keep doing what you've been doing and expect the results to change. And so that's why, the quantitative is what's going on, and then why is it happening? And so what can we do to change that? And that's the structure, that's the methodology piece that we walk through, Bertie and I. When she talked about her p-value, that significance, again, that's about your technique. It's not about your findings. It has implications for your findings. But Bertie did chi-square to get her p-value for each of the questions, which is how that we got that significance level, that p-value. And again, in social sciences, the accepted standard is p is less than or equal to 0.05, which means less than 5% chance of chance or error. And so that's where that came from. Now, to the good doctor's points here on resources, let me share my screen. When you're putting together your action plan, let me pull it up. Specific activities, timelines, persons responsible, resources needed, fiscal and human. That's what we're talking about. Your action plan should always be in there, and you can actually, as you see in this one, you can actually separate it if you need to, but you need to estimate, how much it's going to take. Resources are not always just financial. Sometimes they're human, those translators, yeah, they're on staff, but how much time is it going to take? So when we do an actual action plan for our partnering organization, we should have specific, these are the things that should be in that final action plan to them. And we should identify how much actual actual dollars it's going to take, but how much time it's going to take if we're using existing staff. We should always make sure that we have this this is an action plan graphic organizer example. I've shared this with you before, but to the point, we should be able to identify those things so that they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. All right. Anybody, any comments? You've made comments I see in the chat. Let's see. Any questions that you have? Let me go back to full screen. Any questions you have for Bertie? Again, Bertie's further along than some of you, but that's okay. We work through this, and I'm not going to slow you down. If you want to go, we'll go. But everybody's going to have to eventually go through the similar process that Bertie did. We have some others that are close to this as well, but you can kind of see what's happened. Now, Reed's not with us today. He had another event. He's already submitted his. Reed is basically the same place as Bertie, and he recorded his and sent it to me, his final presentation. But he has done much the same as Bertie. He did the same kind of methodology. He's got his recommendations. He's already done his action plan. But that's the flow of how everything goes. So if you don't see Reed today, that's the reason why. He's already. But he's already completed his, just as Bertie has completed hers. And really, all they have to do now is that action plan, that actual document that goes to their partnering organization. That's what concludes this process, as I have alluded to this morning. But it should take the form of that graphic organizer. It doesn't have to be that rigid, but those components have to be in it. What she hands to Greer High School, to the partnering organization. All right. I think we are ready to split now after the break. We're right on time for our break. So when you come back from break, those of you, let me share my screen. Those of you who are in the CZ1 group, let me share my screen. Out of the way, go back here. So this is the CZ1 group. Final presentation link. Have we put that here yet? Zoom link for presentations. Is that it?
Yep, that's there.
Let me make it available. No, it's there. It's there. The box just disappeared. So the folks in the CZ1 group, you'll click on that link. You'll leave this one. You will click on that link and you will be with the good doctors, so that it won't take us 7 days to do this. And I will review those later, but they give better comments than I do anyway. A lot of times, part of that is because everybody in that group, I've worked with all of you, and this will be a good check on my work as well. So just as a reminder, the folks who will be leaving us that'll come back after the break will be Bertie, Chiffon, Angelique, Joe, Talia, Sean, Reed. Again, Reed's not here. He's already done his, in Beverly. And in that group, Angelique gets to go first. She's already claimed dibs on that. The group that's staying with me, let me go back to that. The group that's staying with me on this Zoom is Richard, Doc, Brenna, Heidi, Ben, Leslie, Sharice, and Harry. And of that group, Doc is going to go first when we come back out of break. It's now 10:17. Take a 13-minute break. Be back online at 10:30 and with your particular group. And when we come back, my group, Doc's going to go, and the other group, Angelique's going to go. Anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns this morning?
Dr. Lamb, when we're done with our 7 presentations, do we need to get back together, or are we done for the day?
No, we're done.
Okay.
I did the wrap up this morning.
Great.
And again, before we go to break, as always, thank you for your participation and playing along this semester. Thank you for choosing Gardner Webb. We always appreciate that you come and spend time with us and that you have devoted your time, talents, and money to our school and our program. Again, we pray that what you've done has impact in your organization, in your community, because that's the bottom line. We want to improve. Again, the motto at Gardner Webb, Pro Deo et Humanitate, service for God and humanity. And that's what we're trying to make sure that we do through these projects. We're trying to live our Christianity. We're trying to demonstrate it, not just talk about it. We're trying to actually live it. That's the notion here. And I appreciate all of you, and I've enjoyed working with you. I will continue to enjoy working with you as we progress on through your projects. All right, let's go to break.
Dr. Lamb, if we're presenting today, we don't have to record and put that in that slot, do we? That's only if we weren't meeting today?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I was mentioning about Reed. Reed couldn't be with us today. He had a work thing. And so if you could, you don't have to record your presentation and put it there. It's only if you couldn't come today.
Okay.
For whatever reason. And I know that life gets in the way. Just like we have makeup activities for every session that we do. If you can't come, I understand. So, but thank you for reminding me of that, Bertie. Again, you don't have to record and upload if you're here today. That was only for Reed.
And after
All right.
today, we don't meet anymore, correct?
No, we're done. Today is our last day.
Okay, so we have to have everything in today.
No, you have until, when is it? Next Friday to have everything in?
Oh, okay.
I believe that's right. Now, I'll probably do grades about Wednesday. But
Okay.
you have until the first day of graduation, which is next Friday. You have through that day to upload your work from this semester. So you've got what, 7 days, 6
Okay.
days to get everything in.
All right.
And you'll be good. All right, go to break. I'll see you in 10. Angelique, you're muted, but let's see. Let me share my screen. You need to click on the link and go, Angelique, to the other group.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
So Beverly needs to do the same. Let me stop my share. Hopefully Beverly comes back. She'll do that. Okay. No, she's not back yet. All right. All right. Beverly, if you're there, you need to click out and go to the other group. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. I'm viewing doc screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yay. The gang's all here. All right, Doc.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
ready to go.
Okay, so let me begin. All right. Let me see. Okay, so thank you so much for listening to my presentation. So to start off, I have pivoted from my initial thoughts on my consultancy project. Originally, I was paired with an organization called Inspired to Fire, which focuses on creating youth, creative professional development. However, now I have shifted to my organization that I currently work with as a program manager, DigiBridge. DigiBridge focuses on providing STEAM-based programming for K through 8th graders. We focus on out of school time experiences. And what we are doing currently is expanding our community partners program. So as a program manager, I have a few school-based programs that I'm monitoring, but I'm also am in charge of expanding into the community and growing that program. Right now, we have a few partners such as Outbridge, Urban Promise. We've worked with the Boys and Girls Club in the past, Freedom Communities, and we also have our Innovation Alley, which is a maker space within DigiBridge. So the problem that I'm trying to address within my new consultancy project is similar to the issues that needed to be addressed in the last one. So it's a lack of processes and procedures, but particularly for community programs. Since this is new, there's a lot of room to grow in this department, especially working with a startup organization. So my research would be how will we implement processes and procedures that can still help our organization reach effectiveness or success. All right, so literature review, some articles and different texts that I looked at included the measuring organizational effectiveness in the nonprofit sector. So that was that initial article that we did as a case study earlier in the semester. That was a great article to review or constantly look at because it talks about the dilemma that many nonprofits go through, which is balancing profit versus purpose and satisfying all the needs of stakeholders within particular organizations. Another text that I looked at was a recipe for nonprofit sector. Within this text, it presents a performance matrix that encompasses long-term success by evaluating institutional goals and community needs. And this matrix really helps hold all stakeholders accountable and reviews vision, responsibility, and knowledge for all parties. Another text that I looked at was key performance indicators for government and nonprofit agencies implementing winning KPIs. So this text is a great text because it discusses what sort of metrics you should be looking at, or how do you determine what metrics your organization should be focusing on. And it starts with identifying critical success factors, which is very important. And then you go from there and you can look at KRIs, PIs, KPIs, and determine what sort of strategy or course of action that you need to take within your organization. One theory that I think applies for working in startup environments in general is the double loop learning theory. I think that it's great because even as I've jumped into this role, there's been a lot of situations where I've had to pivot, or we've had to assess how a practice went and shift and create a new system for us to implement one of our programs. So that theory applies heavily within this particular case or within the consultancy that I'm doing. All right, as far as the methodology, explanatory, it's a methodology that we're focusing, or a framework that we're focusing on with the MITS methodology, particularly because we utilize a lot of surveys already within the organization. And I think it's been effective thus far. We also have qualitative and quantitative. Within our organization, we use a lot of project management tools, and we are held accountable as project managers to look at data and assess data. Now, we do need to improve on how we are doing that, but those are different methods that we function in, or that we currently do. All right, so when looking at findings, I need to actually start before I even began working with the organization. So DigiBridge has done sessions already with consultants. So they have done some consultancy work with NetStage Consultancy within Charlotte, which is an organization that focuses on social purpose and social good within organizations. And they help actually develop the strategic plan, which later developed my particular role, focusing particularly on community programs and community partners. That is an expansion area with DigiBridge in their 5-year plan, and that's what we're currently facilitating. Additionally, we worked with Wiley, which is a innovation firm within Charlotte. With Wiley, they did some design sprints and some collaborative sessions where they actually looked at their community programs and looked at what is going well, what are some areas that could grow. And they did this using a tool called Miro. So whenever I am looking at making a decision, we refer back to that Miro board, because that was our collaborative planning session where we took some of the critical success factors that we identified in the strategic plan, and we broke that down even more to implement within our community programs. Additionally, we have worked with Deloitte. With Deloitte, they developed a lot of our STEAM Lab surveys. So our STEAM Lab is our school-based programs. So what I'm trying to do is develop some sort of survey that is similar to what we are using for our STEAM labs for our community partner programs. Additionally, I did do furthermore, I did do Qualtrics. I haven't collated all of that data just yet, but within my small team of 5, they did give some of their thoughts. And primarily, I focused on how we are implementing our processes and procedures and what we should be looking at. Do they feel like we are focusing on the correct KPIs? Overall, some of the thoughts from the Qualtrics were profit was seen as the most important metric of success. There were gaps in our processes overall. So there's a lot of things that need to be improved to make our programs more effective in the community portion of our programming. And also surveys have been created for our end user. However, they have been created for the STEAM labs, the school-based programs, but we don't have anything currently for our community-based programs just yet. And that's something that we need to work on. Additionally, within our organization, we have been doing some school debriefs. We haven't had any formalized debriefs for community programs, but on the school-based side, we have had some debriefs, and we've noticed a trend where there is some survey errors. For instance, some of the questions that may ask some of the about demographics are students who are under 3rd grade, the K through 2nd grade. They don't always understand those particular questions or how they're constructed. So that could pose a particular issue if it's not a survey that's actually targeting our end user. All right, so from all of this information that I have been gathering, I did consider some recommendations. So some recommendations that I am considering is continue to reference the Miro board created from our design sprint and strategic plan. Ensure KPIs are being evaluated consistently, implement standard processes and procedures for community programs. That is something that we need to do. Utilize surveys to gain insight on community programs and normalize and schedule evaluation process for data. So we have noticed ourselves collecting a lot of this data, but because we are a small team, it just sits there. Whether it's a survey or whether it's tracking funding or any of those metrics, we're not actually evaluating and reporting out to the team as often and as consistently as we should. All right, so action plan DigiBridge needs to continue developing processes and procedures by evaluating key performance indicators. I think that that's something that is ongoing. So I don't have a particular timeline developed yet in the action plan fully fleshed out, but within 6 months to 1 year, we need to continue to develop a SOP, create evaluation tools for community programs, have that scheduled meetings between the program director and the programming team where we're evaluating data, and also potentially modify some of the surveys that we currently have. And I am still needing to put in my reference page, but that's all the information that I have collected so far for presentation today. Feel free to ask any questions or tell me if you feel like I need to look something up, because I do have to present next Saturday. So the door is open, as Bruno Mars says.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can stop your share, there you go. All right, questions that you have for Doc. All right, I want to make a couple of comments. Doc is exactly right that he's doing much what Bertie just did. I mean, his design will be the same. His theoretical framework will be the same as he identified. The issue with, and I pull out things that catch my ear that reinforce what we've learned this semester. There's no but coming at the end of this, Doc. I'll just tell you that. I'm very pleased. Doc pulled out a real important part in working with children. And Bertie had the same issue when she was working with folks who, second language folks. Folks have to be able to understand your questions, whether you're doing them in a survey format or whether you're doing them in an interview format. And so that's called face validity. Do they understand the questions? And you have to be concerned with that. One of the things that we do is, because we know what we're thinking and what we're talking about, we assume everybody else does. But our questions need clarity, so that we know that they're not spending their time thinking about trying to figure out what you're asking them. They're thinking about their answers, and that's that face validity part that we work with in Qualtrics. Again, it looks at face validity. Are the questions understandable for the audience? Content validity. Have you done your research? Have you consulted somebody like me that's supposed to be a content expert in some areas to make sure that your content, that what you're asking is correct? And then your construct validity. Bertie alluded to it several times. Her question directions were always positive. So, the lowest answer was, we could calculate her means and standard deviation. We don't want the construct to be You don't have any opposition to this. Well, no. Well, that's a negative direction question. And that when we start calculating our means and standard deviations, we get that wrong. Our construct, if we are in support of the construct, the answer should always be agree or yes. I know that sounds, but that's a biggie when you're writing these questions, when you're developing your questions. Now, a question that Dr. Burgess asked this morning is very relevant, and Bertie had the right answer, was why didn't she do focus groups? Well, because we had, in her case, we had a trimodal population. What did I tell you? If you got more than one population, don't do focus groups. It won't go well for you. And as she correctly pointed out, students are not going to talk when faculty's there. They're not going to say, I'm not getting this, or this is not going well. They're just going to sit there. Either that, or they're going to be a fist fight. Remember, I told you that. We don't use focus groups when we're using multimodal populations. We don't want to put them together where they fight, and we don't want to put the non-English speakers with the English speakers, and then they get into a hoorah. We don't want to put kids with adults and they're afraid to say anything. So what that informs us is as Doc goes forward, he'll do interviews because he has multimodal population he's working with. So his qualitative will be interviews. Or open-ended questions. It will not be a focus group because he's got several stakeholder groups that he's collecting information from students to staff members to community members. So it would not be good to put them all together. That would not go well. And so that's all part of the methodology. That's all the part of what we learned this semester. And so Doc's methodology is sound. He's doing the right things all along the way for the right reasons. But one of the things that the takeaway from Doc's this morning that all of us should hear, organizations seem to be pretty good at collecting data. They don't act on that data though. That's really the problem. That's the whole notion of double loop is we keep collecting data, but we keep doing the same thing we're doing. And we wonder why we're not seeing any results. Well, we're not doing the right things. And that's what double loop talks to us about. Evaluate the things you're doing. Maybe you got to change some of them if you want a different result. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's the basis of the double loop theory. You've got to evaluate what you're doing. And then, the theory of stupidity comes right behind that one, which is we hire more people to do the same thing over and over again, thinking that's going to change outcome. No, that won't happen. But Doc's methodology is perfect in terms of this is a double loop deal. We're doing some things, but are we doing the right things to get the outcomes that we want? That's the crux. That's the theoretical thread of his project here. To evaluate what we're doing. We're doing things, but is it getting us where we want to be? And he's exactly right. This is a replication of the first case study, the CAN. What are our metrics? What do our what quantitative metrics do we need to be able to show for success? What qualitative? That's exactly right. And when we talk about organizational effectiveness, we can't pick one or the other. We have to do both. That's what makes it particularly difficult. That's that level of expertise that other straight theoretical dissertations don't have. That's what separates you. That's what puts you in that leadership and that consultancy category, is you can do both. And you understand the need for both. And why? Because you're serving different constituents and different stakeholders. And that's what makes this much harder. Most dissertations in a college of education are working with a school district. You got one constituency. We're doing another level on top of that. And Doc's is a perfect example of that. Doc, I commend you. You've done an excellent job. Thank you for your presentation this morning. All right, according to the sign up, who's next? Share your screen and let's roll.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me know when you can see my screen.
All right, Brenna's going next. Welcome.
Okay. Let me see.
We can't hear Brenna yet.
It's only on Zoom that it ever does this. When I'm using Google Meets, everyone can hear me fine. I don't know what it is.
I can hear you.
Over on your Zoom dashboard, over where it says mute, if you'll click on that, make sure that you are select a microphone, and then speakers, and then you may have to unshare and up the volume on your actual computer.
Right.
A lot of times when you go to Zoom, it goes to about 50%. That sounds like what you're on.
Did that change anything?
Nope.
No.
You're still at about 50% sound.
Did that?
We can hear you. It's just only about 50%.
All right. So let's do. All right. What I'm gonna do is use my phone.
All right. You may have to unshare, stop your share, where you can go to your actual computer sound. Not that was Zoom. Your Zoom sound is fine.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You entered 94409464110. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID.
Okay. Let's see.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, you are in the meeting now. There are 8 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, is that better?
Yes, we got you.
Good. I just used my phone. I figured that would be the quickest.
Yep.
Is my screen still sharing? Can you see it?
Yes, we see you.
Awesome. Let's get started. So my data analysis project and my consultancy project is on the Georgia South Carolina Cinderella State Pageant Delegation. So this is a state beauty pageant system that encompasses both Georgia and South Carolina because there's not enough participation in either state to have their own, so they combine. So a little bit about the organization. It was the International Cinderella Scholarship Pageant. Was founded in 1976, and it boasts to be the largest and most prestigious scholarship-oriented pageant system of its kind. It's 3-tiered, so you have the international system, and then underneath that you have the state systems. And then within each state system, there are several preliminary or local pageants. They invite girls and women ages 0 to 29, married or not married, children or no children, to compete in categories such as the beauty wear, casual wear, talent, and interview. And they do champion the need for and the value of higher education for women. Specifically, the Georgia South Carolina State Delegation has had the same director for nearly 10 years. And about 10 years prior to that, they went through several different directors. They're currently looking at 30 to 40 actively participating families. And I would estimate to be on the lower end of that. There are approximately 5 preliminary pageants in each pageant season, and then the state pageant is held annually in May or June. The royalty, or those who hold titles after the state pageant each year, have monthly outings, community service projects, and then other participants and their families who didn't necessarily hold a title are encouraged to be involved in some of those events. So upon speaking with the director, the current director, she identified two main problems with which she would like some help, and that is recruitment and retention. She is concerned that she's losing veteran participants in the program, and that she is not retaining any new recruits that she has to the program. So that her participation, her membership is declining, and soon there may not be a Georgia, South Carolina delegation to represent at the international level. So my research question is, what is causing the decline in recruitment and retention within the Georgia, South Carolina state delegation of the International Cinderella Scholarship Program? So I want to figure out why this is happening. Why are we not recruiting members? Why are you not retaining the ones that you have, or the new members that you are able to recruit? Based on some initial conversation with the director, as well as just personal experience being around the program, I did develop a hypothesis that may or may not be supported by the research that I collect, but that is that a lack of a formal strategic business plan, as well as ineffective communication practices, are responsible for the decline in recruitment and retention within this program. Okay, so I'm actually going to be using a couple different frameworks for a couple different reasons, and those are Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the Hertzberg two-factor theory, and then Lewin's theory of change. So we know Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that there are 5 categories of needs that all people need to have met in their life. The physiological, the safety, the belonging, the esteem, and then the self-actualization. And Maslow says that once the one level of need is satisfied, it's no longer going to be a motivator. You move to that next level. So when seeking to recruit and retain individuals, I think an organization really needs to consider the needs of its members as motivators to join and then stay active within the organization. So identifying basic human needs as outlined by Maslow, and then developing a plan to meet the different levels of needs can be both a retention and a recruitment strategy that may be presented in the action plan. So as I go through the research process, I'm going to keep in mind, could the lack of meeting these needs be a problem, or what's missing for this organization? The Hertzberg two-factor theory has a list of motivators and a list of what he calls hygiene factors, and improving the motivating factors helps increase job satisfaction, and then improving the hygiene factors helps decrease job satisfaction. So in my literature review and in my research, there was a group of researchers who categorized pageantry as an occupation. They said it was a job, and I went through that pretty thoroughly in my literature review. But if that idea of pageantry as an occupation holds true, then it would stand to reason that the Hertzberg two-factor theory for jobs or occupations would apply to participation in beauty pageants as well. So I think using this theory will help the organization capitalize on what motivates participants and keeps them satisfied within an organization. And then finally, Lewin's theory of change, where we recognize the need for change, we plan changes, and then we instate and reinforce those changes. It's apparent that they have a problem with retention and recruitment, and that changes are going to need to be made to address these problems. And that could be timely, it could be overwhelming, particularly since there is just one main director. There's not really an organizational hierarchy established, and there's going to be a multifaceted problems. I felt like they need a change model that is simple and that will simplify that change process for them, and that is what I will use to base my action plan on. So the first problem that was identified by the organization is recruitment. Recruitment is a process that provides an organization with a pool of qualified candidates from which to choose. Now, it's a little bit different from the job force in that a pageant director is not going to necessarily say, you can't come join our pageant, you can't compete here. That would be a rare circumstance. So it's not like girls are applying for the job, but the pageant director is recruiting for people to come and join and participate. So some strategies that have been used successfully with recruitment, using recruiters, in-person networking and events, use of websites and social media, and then obviously face to in-person referrals. Some of the literature gave some ideas for overcoming just general barriers to recruitment. The first is shifting from transactional human resources to transformational human resources. So aligning the organization's objectives and goals and needs with human resource practices or recruitment strategies. Advertising and providing opportunities for personal and professional growth and other desirable services, such as social events, and then capitalizing on peer esteem. So that's like peer pressure. Giving the contestants to the participants in a feeling of obligation towards their social group, helping them establish the feeling of contributing to the community, and then making or marketing the organization and participation in the organization the norm, because that's going to increase social pressure for those who have not already decided to participate. The second problem is retention. This is the rate at which an organization can keep long-term employees, or in our case, members. And the benefits are increased productivity within the organization, more efficient operations, and then cost effectiveness, because you're not having to continue to use resources to train members or to get them used to the program. So again, some options for overcoming barriers. Go back to Maslow. Meet those basic needs by building trusting relationships. Make members feel like valued contributors to the organization as a whole. Establish a formal onboarding process, because to delve into the world of pageantry, each system has its own culture, and it has its own requirements and styles of dress. For example, there's glitz versus natural. This is a natural pageant system. You don't want to just say, hey, show up to my pageant, and then a girl who's used to competing in one style pageant shows up in inappropriate outfits or with inappropriate routines. So onboarding your new members and making sure they understand the type of pageant they're in is important. And then finally, providing ongoing personal and professional development opportunities. So again, based on initial conversations with the director, I developed a hypothesis. And so my potential solutions that are my working solutions right now, and they may change once I collect all my data, are strategic planning and then more effective communication practices. So strategic planning refers to the extent to which a leader can develop long-term objectives and strategies, basically referring to how effective a leader can be at making a vision into a realistic business strategy. And it also allows an organization to clearly define its purpose, establish goals and objectives consistent with the mission. So there is no strategic plan for the Georgia South Carolina Cinderella State delegation. As Dr. Lamb has said before, they've been acting as an idea for about 20 years. So I'm not sure how they continued to make it for this long, to be honest. So they need to move from the idea phase to the organization phase with a strategic plan. It is not a nonprofit. People are making money off of this. They are the middle tier in a much larger organization. And when I researched the international level, I couldn't find much information on a strategic plan for them either. I'm sure they have one, it's just not posted. So I want to do more information, more research into that as well. So this organization has got to have a strategic plan if it wants to move forward with their retention and recruitment and retention. That's a logical first step. Let's figure out where we want to go before we try to start getting people on the ship. This is going to increase efficiency and effectiveness, and it's going to make sure that we have a vision that our members are aligned with. All right. So I am going to, oh, did I skip one? Yep, communication practices. So the other thing that I've kind of picked up on in conversations with the director is that there is not really a formal communication plan or process in place. Organizational communication refers to the forms and channels of communication among members of organizations such as corporations, nonprofits, or small businesses. When you have a formal communication plan in place, you're going to have increased motivation, accurate and consistent distribution of information, increase of positive attitudes among members, increased opportunities for socialization. And then also, this is with the controlling process. There are times when the director has to say, this is the way things are going to be done. From what I can tell right now, the only mean of communication for this delegation is Facebook, a Facebook group in which the director will post directions every once in a while. So there's not a lot of organization for the number of events that this organization holds. At least one a month, something is happening with this state delegation, and their only way of providing information is through a Facebook group, or actually several Facebook groups. So this is going to result in inconsistency of delivery of information, inaccurate information, a decline in loyalty and trust within the organization's membership, and it could be in instituting a communication plan formally could be a potential solution for the decline in retention and recruitment. Some of the research I did stated that to be successful, organizations should have comprehensive policies and strategies for communicating with their constituencies, employees, and stakeholders, as well as the community at large. This is a community service-based organization, and that needs to be obviously communicated. This is going to help build satisfaction and engagement and commitment and loyalty with the members. And then also there's no established two-way communication platform. Members, from what I can tell, don't necessarily have a voice within the organization. And this is leading to some misunderstandings and some conflicts that could otherwise be prevented or managed. So I also do an explanatory sequential design where the quantitative data is collected first, and then the qualitative data will follow. So my quantitative data will be a survey where I am seeking to identify perceptions of past, present, and potential members. So I also have a trimodal population. And then based on those results, I will conduct qualitative interviews as well as an analysis of available organizational documents, because I think those will be important, particularly for the communication piece. So my quantitative survey, obviously surveys are cost effective. You can reach a large population, get a quick turnaround, they're reliable, versatile, and then they make for easy data analysis, very clean data analysis. On the other hand, they're going to be dependent on the survey structure. So the researcher who develops the survey is dependent on the accuracy of respondent answers. And then there's always going to be some validity issues if you are not on top of that. So I'm going to be doing some reliability and validity checks on my survey, obviously. We're going to do an internal consistency reliability test to make sure that the score for each item with the total kind of correlates to the total score for each individual. And then the space and content validity. So making sure that I have an expert in survey construction take a look at my survey with me to make sure that I have met space validity and content validity. I'm also going to be using illustrations, so frequency distribution, histograms, other charts and graphs is appropriate to help aid in the analysis of data as well as the explanation of data results. I feel that this is an appropriate tool to use for the quantitative portion of the research because it's going to allow me to identify trends that can be explored in more depth in the qualitative portion. It's going to be administered to only former, current, and potential organization members to ensure a fair representation of the entire population, and it's flexible and efficient. So I have 4 types of quantitative survey questions that are going to be asked, and 2 are related to the problems that the director has suggested, and 2 are related to my hypothesis and what I think might be the problem as of now. So just as an example, a recruitment question might, or a survey statement might be, I was actively recruited by a former or current member of the organization to join the organization. Retention, I feel like the organization values me as a contributor to the organization's goals. Strategic planning, I can articulate the organization's mission or overall reason for existing. And then within communication, an example might be organizational goals, policies, and values have been made available to me in writing. So just gathering data regarding those 4 categories. I have not administered this survey yet, so my results obviously will be developed upon completion of the survey administration. And then I'll move to my qualitative data, which is tool number 1, the research interview. It's going to allow me to explore topics in more depth and allow participants to elaborate on some of their answers from the surveys. It's flexible, we're able to personalize, and it will also allow for the analysis of body language as I'm working with them. Limitations, of course, it's time consuming. The researcher, again, is responsible for constructing questions, for creating transcripts, and then analyzing the responses. And it relies on the ability of respondents to accurately and honestly recall specific details. So a tool that I want to use with the qualitative interview is making sure I have appropriate transcription protocols. And I found a couple of suggestions for how to transcribe interviews. And honestly, I hadn't even considered that until I started doing my literature review and putting these interviews into a written form. And so a couple of the suggestions were morphological naturalness, which means keeping word forms, the form of commentaries, the use of punctuation as close as possible to speech presentation. Then you have the naturalness of the transcript structure, which was described like you would see a printed version of a play or movie script, just making sure the text is very clearly structured by speech markers. Transcripts should be exact reproductions of the verbal interview, so they're verbatim in what was said in the interview, and that they should be suitable for both human researcher and computer use, and then understandable and applicable by researchers or third parties who read or look at those transcripts. So a couple of things about the type of interview. I think I'm going to use the semi-structured type so that it will allow for the collection of specific needed information from all respondents, but also gives me space to like respond to their answers in hand and just kind of emerge with their responses or new ideas on whatever topic I've asked about. Also, the neo-positivist conception, an attempt to minimize and avoid influencing their responses. And then I'm going to ask experience and behavior questions to get an idea of their behaviors, actions, and activities within the organization, opinion and value questions to identify their beliefs and opinions about the organization, and then necessary background or demographic questions as they are related to the research. Again, I'm going to have 4 categories of questions: recruitment, retention, strategic planning, and communication practices. I'm going to base these questions off of the quantitative results, but I went ahead and created like a sample list of potential questions that I think might be useful or I might can edit or build on. So some might be like a recruitment question: how did you become aware of and or interested in the organization? retention, how long have you been a member or were you a member? Strategic planning, how would you describe the organization's values and norms? Do you think these values and norms are exemplified by its members? And then communication practices. How would you describe communication practices within the organization? So leaving them very open-ended and allowing my respondents to elaborate using their personal experience. And then my second tool is document analysis. These documents are easily accessible, free. They can often contain information that would otherwise take a really long time to gather. And they're stable, unobtrusive, and non-reactive, which means that the presence of the researcher doesn't alter what's being studied, and that they are unaffected by the research process. The limitations are that documents are not originally developed for research purposes, and therefore can be incomplete from the research perspective. You also have to authenticate and assess the credibility of all of the documents that you're using, and that could be difficult and time-consuming. And then there's always going to be some documents that are absolutely inaccessible. They're blocked for some reason. The owner of the document said you can't have it. So I'll use a content analysis method to analyze the written, verbal, and visual communication messages. This is going to allow me to make reliable and valid inferences about the data. And then it'll be a deductive content analysis because document review will be conducted in relation to my proposed hypothesis and then the data that was previously conducted or collected in the quantitative survey and qualitative interviews. I'm going to use a mix of public records, personal documents, popular culture documents to add insight and understanding to both the quantitative survey results and the qualitative interviews. And this is going to serve as a means of triangulation to seek convergence and corroboration through the use of the different data sources. So a couple of potential documents: the official state delegation website, Facebook pictures, posts, comments, and messages, Instagram pictures, posts, comments, and messages, event advertisements for internal events and those open to the public, event information documents for internal events, posts on online pageant discussion boards. You might not know this, but there's things called pageant beware boards, and you can go on and you can read how people have felt about their experiences with these pageants. State pageant paperwork, local preliminary pageant paperwork, and then the royalty handbook that is given to all title holders. Again, my results will be developed upon completion of the interviews, and then findings and recommendations will be presented upon the completion of the data analysis. However, I did want to go ahead and give an example of what an action plan might look like based on my hypothesis if it's correct. And again, this could absolutely change. But one goal would be within the strategic plan to develop an organizational hierarchy. So in the unfreeze, we're going to discuss some of the results from the research. In the change, we will do, I won't, but they will design and implement a new organizational chart that allows for the delegation of responsibilities, autonomy for participants, and opportunities for innovation within the organization's practices. And then the refreeze would be to schedule regular meetings with the new leadership team to address concerns, suggestions, and changes, solicit feedback from participants, and regularly provide updates and rationales regarding any changes that are made. So this is just one sample of what could be a potential part of their action plan suggestions once I have completed all the data analysis. And then I have my references. So any questions?
Questions for Brenna? What an excellent presentation. Congratulations, that's great.
Thank you.
I mean, just so comprehensive, so well researched on your literature review. Just perfect methodology. I couldn't be happier. Tremendous job. Sharice is sitting there thinking she's doing Sharice's organization is not an operating organization, so she's doing strategic planning. You're doing other things as well because it is an operating organization. But yes, to go from, Brenna's exactly right. To go from idea to organization, you got to have that strategic plan. Now, you can't just stop there if you're using it like Sharice has. because hers is not actually up and operating yet, and she'll tell you that in a few minutes. But yours is, so you've got to move on beyond strategic planning, and I am so glad that you understand that. Now, and we can look at, and I want to share my screen quickly. And I'm stealing some.
While you're doing that, I'll answer Doc's question real quick. He put in the chat, they have not kept any records, official records of recruitment or retention. So none of that is there to access trends. So I'm going to have to rely on the interviews and people's pictures and documents of who was there and when they were there, and their memories of how things have been over the course of time for that.
And are you focusing on recruitment for board members or like participants, volunteers? Are there particular roles?
Yeah, so it's a whole world, but the girls who are considered royalty, the ones who win at state each year, they and their parents become, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, their leadership team. And so they're responsible for every event throughout the year. What they're looking for are new contestants. There are the same 15, 20 girls participating every year, and there's no new blood in the system. And so once those girls age out, there's going to be no one there to keep it going. So that's what they want to focus on now. How do we recruit new talent to the organization? Because they want to be competitive at a national level.
So once a girl enters into the pageant, her family automatically becomes part of the leadership team historically?
Yes. It is a unspoken rule that I think should be made written, that, it's a family commitment, and particularly moms. That's a cultural thing. Particularly moms are expected to pick up the reins and plan events and pay for things and really fund a lot of what happens. So that is not necessarily well advertised, or there's no onboarding to let a mom know, hey, when you come into this is a commitment financially and time. So I think that once people are getting into the program and realizing that, that's part of that retention problem. They realize, I don't have the time or the money for this, so I'm not going to stay. So. Yeah.
So the survey would go towards the adult participant or the adult stakeholder rather than a child?
Yes, I'm gonna, I think I haven't clicked out, talked to Dr. Lamb about this, but I do want to, the girls who are old enough to understand, like our women in our teams, because they take on a lot of that responsibility that parents would. I think it's appropriate for them to answer the question as current members of the organization, but also parents of any age are just as involved as the contestants, and will be, and honestly, sometimes will provide more accurate information because they're the ones planning and paying for everything. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So here's the survey that Sharice is using. She's actually already launched it. Strategic planning process. Now, when you have an organization that's just an idea, that's not functioning, you can focus just on the strategic planning part. You don't have to worry about the communication part, all those other things, because they're not up and working yet. So Sharice is focused on strategic planning. That's the first thing that they've got to do. And then we'll work through, then they can work through some of these other things like Brenna's organization is doing. But here again, and Brenna mentioned a couple of these, she's exactly right. You start with vision. The organization has developed a vision, but here's the part that I want to get to the Facebook and content validity pieces that Brenna mentioned. They got to know what you're asking them. And so if you ask them, do you have a vision? They may not know what that means. So your question has to be constructed in a way that tells them what you're asking. That's both face validity, they understand the question, and the content has to be, what are the strategic planning functions? So what I did when Sharice and I started putting this together, I went to Dr. Hamilton. Why did I go to him? He's next door in the office. It wasn't convenience. Who taught y'all strategic planning? That would be him. And so I wanted to make sure, as the content expert, that I went to the person who taught y'all strategic planning and said, what was the content that you taught them in strategic planning? That's what we want to try to measure. That's where your content validity comes from. So here are the things that he shared with me that he taught y'all on strategic planning, that these are the things that should be in there. The organization has developed a vision, but now the part for face validity, the content is vision comes first in strategic planning. The face validity part is of what it hopes to accomplish in the community. We've explained what vision is so that the participant understands what they're being asked. That's the face validity part. The content validity part is vision, then it goes to mission, and those kinds of things. So they have to work together. You don't have one set of questions for face validity and one set for content. They have to work, they have to be together. So here's the survey. The organization has developed the vision, content, what it hopes to accomplish in the community. That's the face validity. That explains what we're asking you. The organization has developed a summative assessment system. That's the content for the purpose of assessing how well it's achieving that vision we just talked about. That's the face validity part. The organization has developed a mission statement. That's content. That's next. Mission, then vision. Vision, then mission. All right. What is so they'll know what we're asking, identifying the client system that it intends to serve and what those intended services are. That's what your mission is. You see how it works? The content and the face works together in these surveys. The organization has developed a formative assessment system. They don't know what that is, for the purpose of assessing how well it's delivering its mission of intended services to the client system. Next, the organization has developed goals and objectives. Well, what are those? Well, they're concerning the funding sources and the funds needed to accomplish the vision and the mission with the client system. To Brenna's point, this organization has developed a set of norms and values that guides its practices. Norms and values is content. Face validity is, what does that mean? Well, that's what guides your practices as an organization with the client system and with the community that you serve. The organization has developed a method to measure the number of clients it serves. You know, the qualitative piece that we have to solve to satisfy. So that's pretty simple. We just, well, but not when you work in partnering with nonprofits. If you're partnered, say, with, you know, is it everybody that's in, are you touching everybody, every client, or just the ones that you work with individually? You've developed a method to assess how well it serves clients. Process for both short and long-term planning, and the organization has developed an organizational chart. Well, what is that? That's part of strategic planning, but the face validity part is that clearly defines duties, responsibilities of all board members, leadership members, staff, and volunteers. So this is how you hit that face and content validity in your survey. This is how you do it. Now, back to Brenna. Thank you. She's got two constructs that she's working with as well. Her constructs are recruitment and retention. That's the constructs. That's what she's trying to have an affect on. That's what she's trying to get to eventually through. When we cut through to the bottom line here, we're trying to increase recruitment, you know, get more people, and we're trying to keep more of the people that we get. That's her two constructs. Now, those are based around two different notions of value, and this has to be on the qualitative side. What I just talked to you about is quantitative, face and construct validity. On the qualitative side, she's got to hit her constructs. What does that mean, Dale? Well, it's real simple. All of her questions that she asked has to be centered around, on recruitment, has to be centered around perceived value. That's why people join an organization. They perceive that there's a value there for them. Am I getting it or not? And then retention, the construct of retention is based on received value. Did I get what I thought I was going to get? So that guides her qualitative work. Content construct guides your quantitative work in terms of the questions you ask. Make sure that you're asking them the right questions and they're in a way that they understand. We explained what vision was in the question. We explained what mission was in the question so that they wouldn't be saying, I don't know what that means. If I knew what it meant, I might know the answer. So that's what we work on when we're doing surveys. When we're doing qualitative work, we go back to our constructs. What are we trying to move? What are we trying to get to? What do we want out of this? Well, we want recruitment and retention. Well, recruitment's about perceived value. Are we communicating what you can get, what value this is to you for your family to join this? And then once they join, are you getting that? Are you getting what you thought you were getting? That will guide her qualitative work. This is excellent methodology, Brenna. I can't be more pleased with you. Excellent work. But those are some notes, that will help you as you progress here. But you've got it. You know these things. That's an excellent job. I couldn't be more pleased. All right. Moving on. Who's next on the honor roll here?
That'd be me.
Go right ahead.
All right, let me go ahead and get this started. Share screen. Let's see here. I'm gonna see. I always have a hard time with this. So. Which screen are you seeing my presentation? Or
We are. Yes.
Where it has introduction on stuff? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry if I sound a little nasally too today. I've been fighting a small cold. I don't think it's COVID though, so yay for that anyway.
Yeah.
So for my presentation, I'm actually gonna work with employee retention at the community college system, and my main focus is going to be on Randolph Community College, which I will explain a little bit more about that as time throughout my presentation. I first want to start this presentation off by giving a little bit of background information. So I know a lot of us all know that we've heard of the term the Great Resignation, but I've actually looked up some more information where another term that they actually called the Great Retirement. And even though a lot of people are blaming the pandemic recently over the past couple of years is why people are resigning, actually, one of the other interesting facts that I found about this is that the Great Retirement is coming because of the baby boomers that are actually starting to retire, which actually makes sense. So, because they made up.
That would be me.
Yeah, exactly. So, but as we're going along, some information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics is that we had over 4 million Americans quit their job as of July of 2021. Most of those resignations in 2021 occurred in April of 2021. And according also to the statistics is that this has remained abnormally high over the past couple of years. And as you can also see here, we always have heard about how many job openings. Everybody's saying they're hiring. So you notice that this is, again, almost 11 million job postings have been actually posted as of July of 2021. Another factor that I thought was interesting that I don't have on this slide was that 40% of all employees have actually thought about resigning from their position, and that was all of 2020 and 2021. And I believe another point I didn't make was that about 24 million people had resigned between I think it was July of 2021 and September of 2021. So it's a pretty impressive amount. So the whole reason why I want to give you this information is because we all are feeling this effect with individuals and organizations to keep employees. So the next question, or I'm going to see, okay, hold on, is, or my partnering organization, as I already mentioned, was Randolph Community College. They are one of the 58 community colleges in the North Carolina Community College system. And they serve a little bit over 2,000. It might actually have gone up to about 3,000. I haven't quite got those exact numbers full. But most of you, if you're familiar with North Carolina, they're in a small town called Asheboro. And being that that Randolph County as well as Asheboro is considered like probably more like a large town or community, you got to think to yourself, I mean, that's an area that is probably the most important to keep employees. And they offer roughly about 40 different programs. And I'm going to get into one of the areas that they're having problems with retention. And that's basically based on one of the most important programs, and probably all are going to may or may not realize this, but it's going to be in the nursing field. So what is the problem? So Randolph is experiencing, again, like I said, high turnover in this. And these are the three departments, as you can see on my screen. The business office, the nursing faculty, and technology department. And what made me find this interesting, especially with the faculty, is I was having some conversations with both my sponsor as well as Dr. Lamb. And when it comes to individuals that are in, say, like the teaching environment, most of the time they want to stay because that's their quote unquote career, say like 20 years plus. Well, interestingly enough, that's where they're actually having problems keeping individual employees. But also the business office, which may not be as surprising, but also the technology department. So as we continue on, one of the questions that I'm going to ask here is, well, why are these such a specific concern to these departments? Well, for nursing faculty, we already know that we have a shortage of nurses. I mean, that's something that we hear across the media all the time. And one of the points that Randolph makes for their nursing program is that students learn from experienced professionals. Well, if you have nursing faculty, now mind you, these nursing instructors have to have a master's or doctorate in nursing. So again, if you are short, if those particular nurses are going elsewhere and not able to teach students, then we're having a problem with actually getting well-qualified nursing students, and also get develop individuals for a nursing career. And then of course, technology department, that should probably be obvious. Everything in today's community college and anywhere in the education field is dependent on technology. So if you don't have the individuals who are there to operate and do the whole troubleshooting, and mind you, I've been there plenty of times at my current organization that I work for, you know, sometimes it takes a while for them to say, fix this problem that essentially could put a brake on your work that you need to get done. And then the business office, again, might not seem like a big problem with turnover, but it's necessary for daily operations. For all you all who work either at a college or community college, you know, we have the cashier's department, our office, we have the administration and admissions, I mean, just everything. So, I mean, again, I think that this is quite impressive and interesting that these three particular departments are having these issues. So my research questions came up with, just based on what we've talked about with the Great Resignation, we're going to call it, is why are employees staying anyway at their job? You know, why is it that some are saying, well, I want to stay, maybe because they want a retirement, or maybe they might feel like they can't get a better job, you know, because we're going to talk about reasons why people stay and leave based on one of the theories that I'm going to talk about. But also, how can Randolph County improve in order to prevent their employees from leaving that particular organization? So my first theory, and I think this has been told already a couple times, was Hertzberg two-factor theory. A couple points from the literature that I read about was that Hertzberg is actually the most widely known utilized and respected theory when you're actually determining employee satisfaction. So this focuses, and it also focuses on individual motivation and satisfaction. And as we already heard in a previous presentation, that there's stuff called, there's two factors, satisfiers as well as dissatisfiers. And you can notice that satisfiers are also known as your motivation, and your dissatisfiers are known as your hygiene factors. Now you notice that what makes a satisfier? Well, recognition. Are they actually being recognized for their position? Performance and achievements, personal growth, as well as opportunities for advancement, just to name a few. But interestingly enough, when it comes to satisfiers, the actual individual employee are those that need to say supply this. I'm going to use supply because you'll see what I'm talking about with dissatisfiers here in a second. So that's one of the things you have to kind of look at with the satisfiers or motivators. This is what's going to make people say, I really like my position. So what is the dissatisfiers? Well, talking about hygiene factors, you kind of notice what's on the very top. I thought this was interesting, salary, because a lot of times people will leave a job. Why? For salary. But that's not necessarily true with all the cases that we discussed about. Some of them were, say, either working conditions, the actual physical workplace, even relationships with colleagues and with their supervisor. And most of my survey that I will talk about here in a minute revolve actually all around these particular dissatisfiers, and determine why could this be a reason why these employees in these particular departments are leaving. So then we, of course, talked a lot about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's probably the most well-known of every theory. And as we remember, the bottom two talk about the basic needs, satisfy needs like security and safety. And again, that's something else my survey is going to focus on. Esteem needs, basically accomplishment and feeling like they belong, either with friends, family, or even their employer can be considered. A lot of times we might consider our employer's family, right? So that's kind of how that works out. But if all these four are not met, then the actual top part, the individuals are not gonna, in that particular position that they're working in, may not get that self-actualization. So then what happens? They might just leave and say, okay, well, I'm gonna go to another organization that allows me to feel like I belong, or I feel like I have a way to accomplish something and even growth in the organization. So you can really see that these two theories really do work hand in hand with respect to employee retention. So what is my methodology? It's going to be a mixed methodology. I'm going to use both quantitative and qualitative, and mine's going to be an explanatory design. And the reason for that is because I have three different departments I'm going to look at. I'm going to start with giving them a survey that has generic questions based on those two theories that I just talked about. And then after I allow them to do the Likert scale and open-ended questions, just as an overall, then I'm going to wind up giving them another survey that's going to be specific for their particular department. And hopefully that will shed some light as to, like, okay, why are these people in, say, the business office disappointed versus the nursing faculty? Why are they disappointed in their particular position? So I started my survey by using Qualtrics. It's going to be a double blind, so I'm not going to know who answered what questions, and neither will the individuals will know as well. Like, let me back up. So that's going to be double blind because, again, I'm not going to know. But also, if an individual does not want to take the assignment or do the survey, then it's just going to be data I'm not going to have. So there's two surveys that I'm going to distribute. Like I said, the first is going to have two demographic questions, and those are going to talk about, like, gender and how many years of service they've been at the organization in their department. I have 11 closed-ended questions, which are basically going to be the quantitative part that's going to look at how much like how many dissatisfied, how many satisfied individuals are with those particular questions, and a lot of them are either relation or just satisfaction in that particular organization and where they work. And then 4 open-ended questions will be finally the last part, and then that will be the first part of my collection of my quantitative and qualitative. And then I'm going to, again, like I said, do a specific survey that's going to be specific to both of those, to one of those 3 departments. Side note, let me go back. Okay, now, so a side note that I found interesting also when I was doing some research was that quantitative actually uncovers those who are the parts that individuals are more satisfied with. That should make sense because they're on a 1 to 4 scale. But the actual open-ended questions really tells a story as to, okay, do these actual ratings match? So it's like if an individual says, I don't have a great relationship with my supervisor or my colleagues, most likely I'm going to expect that those individuals in the open-ended questions are going to definitely say, well, how can this place improve, or how can my employer improve, or department? And they may say something like, I feel like I'm not appreciated, and I think that we need to have more recognition. So again, they should all pretty much overlap with each other. All right, so then since I have yet to collect all my data, I was just looking at some more solutions to these particular problems. So you notice that these 3 that I came up with also came up with theories as well as more literature I read. And the biggest one that I know we talked about a lot is, work environment. Are these individuals really happy with, are the actual conditions good? Like based on the weaving organization we did our case study on, where it was, say, really hot and people just kept leaving and there was accidents, so it was very dangerous? Or is the environment just bad in particular because maybe it's a hostile environment and the leadership is not good, and maybe we need to, as we'd say, fire those individuals who don't belong there? We also want to reassure individuals have job security, and that links with Maslow's, because again, individuals are not going to be motivated in order to actually be wanting to actually stay with the organization. I know I've been there, and I know probably some of you have been there, where it's like when you don't have a job, or if you know your job is going to be eliminated, what are you going to want to do? You're going to want to obviously move on, so you're not caught up in this downsizing of organizations. But also they need to have an opportunity to grow within the organization. And then finally, the reviewing of the compensation of the employees and see if they're competitive. I recently just got off a meeting with our president at my particular school, and one of the things that they're actually talking about at my employer is that they are looking at seeing where we are within the pay scale, and can we be more competitive even with those who are in industry, so we can say retain them. And so that's basically probably going to be one of the solutions I'm going to be probably going to come up with respect to some of those questions. And my hunch is that it's probably going to be with the nursing faculty is probably where this one's going to fall into play. And then I got my references. So any questions?
Excellent
That was
job.
good.
Ben, this is
Excellent
not a
job.
question, but I'm not sure if that community college has participated in the PACE climate survey that community colleges in North Carolina can participate in. That might give you some extra information.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if it's the PACE one. I know we spoke something, what was it? I don't know if it was last week or a couple or the beginning of the month, but I know that there's something called TRIO. I think that's probably more towards maybe.
It is. That's kids.
But yeah,
I'm doing a project at Mitchell, the Mooresville campus. Well, we're actually doing it at CPCC, but Marla's there. We're doing TRIO. That's a kids program.
Okay, yeah. So, but yeah, I definitely can do some research on the PACE, because that's something think might be, because I feel like the tools I got are probably not fully.
You can go to the Office of Institutional Effectiveness at Randolph, and they should be able to tell you whether or not they've administered that survey.
Okay, all right, cool. I definitely will look into that. Thanks for that feedback, Leslie. Anything else?
If you can stop your share, we'll
All right.
kind of debrief a minute on Ben's. Ben,
Shoot.
he has launched his surveys, and we're looking at three different departments, and it would be completely normal if the reason why they're staying or going are different. You know, that we can't just assume, and this is a perfect example. You can't just assume that everybody stays or goes for the same reason. Everybody's working conditions and what they do and their compensation is not the same throughout an organization. Everybody that works at RCC doesn't do the same thing. They don't get paid the same money, and they don't have the same job responsibilities. And see, that's a good lesson for us all, that when we say, well, they're all leaving for this reason. No, it may not be that everybody. There may be varying factors according to what your role and responsibility is in that organization. That's back to Get, Sales, and Google. You know, roles versus, you know, what the organization needs for you to do versus what you want to do. That means that there are different roles in the organization. Now, they've identified through their data that these particular three parts of not all faculty is leaving, it's just the nurse. Not all of their admin is leaving, it's just in the business office. You know, not all their tech, you know, not all of their staff are leaving, just particularly in the IT department. And so we've got to be more selective in what we do. That's the lesson to be learned here. You've got to customize. When you're doing action research, you've got to drill down and get to the point of contact here. Now, one of the things that Ben mentioned to begin with is baby boomers. Baby boomers were born between 1945 and 1959. Now, it's not every year is not the same in the birth rate. There was a big bubble right after World War II from 45 to 49. And then there was a big bubble right after the Korean War from 54 to 59. And so the bubble that was born right after World War II, they've already kind of gone. It's the bubble right after the Korean War that we're hitting now. And so that is a factor. Now, once all those folks age out, and that would be me, once we all age out, you won't see that kind of bubble again until later on. But there is a bubble. It is an anomaly in the data. That's what we're talking about here. And you've got to recognize anomalies in the data. We can't assume the birth rate is flat or constant or the same. There's a bubble. And now, once we get through this bubble period, then things will even back out. But that's what we're talking about, outliers in our data, anomalies in our data. There is an anomaly in the data. There is an outlier group right now. They're different than everybody else. And we have to understand that the competition with those people in terms of salary is not another company. Let me say that again. The competition salary-wise, now for nurses, it's other places, but the competition for older people that are in that bubble after Korean War, the competition for them, nobody's beating our doors down, not other companies. But I tell you who is beating our doors down, came yesterday, is the Social Security Administration. That's who's beating our doors down. They send us this. We get it every 6 months. And it has a chart right here on it. And it tells us how much money we can make if we retire, if we had retired when we were initially old enough, like for me, when I was 62 and 9 months. And it tells us every year after that how much money that we can get. And there's a function here, and it says I've already reached, enough credits to qualify for my Medicare. But basically what I have to set and do is if I retired tomorrow from Gardner Webb, how much would I get from here and from the retirement system at Gardner Webb? And when that number exceeds what they pay me every month, I'd be the village idiot to keep on working. Well, I am the village idiot because I keep on working. But that's who is competing for that bubble of people. Now that won't be that way, but just those people. And so if you're working with, so the point of this is not about me, but the point is, if you don't drill down and you don't find these things, you'll come up with a set of solutions. There's nobody, I'm not having, you don't have to worry about somebody competing for me out in private. You got to worry about competing against the Social Security Administration. That's who you're competing against. And you can't beat them because that money is guaranteed. And so you're not going to change that metric. You can't, and you can't afford to pay us enough to make this problem go away. It just wouldn't be feasible financially for your organization. You'd have to double or triple my salary. And understanding if you did that for a year or two, you're just going to make the money that Social Security is going to give me, or that I've earned, you're just going to make that go up. So you're competing against yourself with that group. That's why they're retiring. You can't afford to keep them. So that's one of those things you just have to throw up your hands and say, yeah, that's a problem, but we can't fix that problem. But it's going to go away in a couple of years, because the youngest of that group is 63 and full retirement for them is mid 66. So in 3 years, that problem disappears. But you can't throw money at that problem. That's what I'm saying. I'd love for them to call me up, somebody say, I'll give you, $300,000 to do this job, but you can't afford to do that. You can hire people cheaper. So this particular problem, the aging, the baby boomer problem, that's not going to be a part of being studied because it's not fixable. We can't address it. We can't compete with Social Security. But it's not going to be an ongoing problem for anybody after 3 more years. It's going to solve itself. It's just one of those things you got to work through. And so don't spend a lot of time and effort on things that you can't fix, that are anomalies, that are outliers in the data. You got to be able to recognize those. We're going to try to get them some help for things that are fixable, maybe in the business office, IT, and nursing. We're going to try to get them some help, or Ben is going to try to get them some help on problems that are solvable. And it's a lesson for us all. Pay attention to the data. Pay attention to the conditions. Understand when something is an outlier. We've talked about normal distributions. Understand that the baby boomer is an outlier bubble that you can't fix. We don't address outliers. We can't correct for everything. We have to work, towards the middle. We have to work under the normal distribution. We can't get out in the ends and the outliers. There's no advantage in that. You spend more than it's worth to try to fix problems out there. It would take way too much money to fix the baby boomer problem. You would have to, you got to overcome Social Security and retirement systems, and you can't do that. So that's the whole notion here. And then you have the added problem of people like me who've already retired somewhere else and get that pension. Are you going to match that as well? I mean, before you know it, you literally have priced yourself out of the market. You cannot do that. But again, we are not the norm. We are the exception. We are the outliers of this. My group is. And so, I'd love for you to address me. I'd love for you to send me big checks. But organizationally, you got to understand what's within your purview to fix. And these are the kind of hard conversations that you have to have with your partnering organization is yeah, can't chase them. Can't fix that for you. That's beyond the scope of what my capability or your capability is. You have to have those critical conversations with the organization. You have to recognize outliers, whether it's financial like this or otherwise, and you have to be the voice of reason and say, I can help you with this problem. This is a standard problem. It's a normal problem. I can't help you with these bubbles. You know, you're chasing your tail there. And that's the thing, that's one of the takeaways here. And then you have to, as a consultant or a leader, you have to be able to recognize the outlier problems and not spend, not waste resources on things that you can't fix. You have to know what that means. And way too many organizations go down these rabbit holes on unsolvable problems that are just a function of just random. It just happened. There's nothing to do to fix it. Know what you can fix. Kind of like the serenity prayer. Know what you can fix, know what you can't, and have the wisdom to know the difference. Well, that's what an outlier is. You got to have the wisdom to know and identify outliers. That's one of the first concepts that we talked about in the normal distribution. And so Ben has correctly identified the groups and the things that he can have some impact with these folks on. And maybe he can make a difference in that community. And he's not chasing his tail with a bunch of baby boomers that you can't fix anyway. We're not identifying them by age, we're identifying them by job category. That's where that comes in. We're addressing their job category, something we could fix, their working conditions. But, we can't fix their age. It happens to us all. If you're lucky enough, you'll get old one day like I am. All right, we're right. Gosh, look at that. So I love it when a plan comes together. We're dead on 12 o'clock, our break time. And we're right on schedule with where we are. Again, Ben, excellent job. Excellent job. Ben is developing a relationship with the folks at RCC that I think will be very very beneficial to him and to Gardner Webb long term. They're very nice people. They've been most welcoming. We're appreciative of them and the work that Ben has done with them. It's going really well. Really well. All right, so we'll take a break. How long you want to break? 10? You want to take a longer break? 5. All right, let's be back. What time is it? Let's be back at 12:10. Yeah, that gives us about 8 minutes. We'll be back at 12:10 and we'll roll. All right, I'll see you back at 12:10. 8 minutes. And we're back. All right. I do want to thank Leslie for her contribution there at the end. So taking off on what Leslie said about the survey that the community college done, where does that fit in with what we do here? Remember, what is qualitative? Interviews, observations, and documents. And that's where that comes in. And so after Ben collects his quantitative, that would be the appropriate time to review those documents. What do y'all have? Because that's going to help influence what he asks during his qualitative work. That's what those documents do. That they help you come up with those questions or those suggestions. And that's kind of what I wanted to highlight as well coming back into this session is when you're doing an explanatory design and you collect quantitative data first, try to figure out what's going on, and then you try to figure out why through your qualitative. If you ask people, why is this happening? A lot of times they'll just sit there and look at you. But if you can prompt them with some suggestions from your document review, from your lit review, your document review, what do you think about this? This is the problem that you said you're having. This is what's going on. What do you think about this as a solution? It helps spur that qualitative, that conversation. So again, there's a period of document review when you're doing your qualitative work. Don't forget the documents part. And as Leslie pointed out, many community colleges do a survey. That would be the kind of thing that you would look at to help inform that qualitative work. That's in an explanatory design like Ben's, that's key. That's very important. Very good. Thank you. All right, who's next on the hit parade?
I think it's me.
I think it's Harry, Coastal Carolina.
Yes. All right, let me share my screen. All right, can you all see that?
We can.
Cool. So y'all, I'm gonna try and get through this. Some of you know I do have COVID right now. So I'm home with COVID. But we're gonna get through this presentation because that's what we do. So here we are. So my presentation is focused around Black men engagement, sort of engaging Black men identified students outside of shared identity spaces at Coastal Carolina University. And so just for some background very quickly, the Vice President for Executive Initiatives and Chief of Staff, and I have been talking a lot over the past 7-8 months around just Black men engagement on our college campus. And then, so this is sort of how this project sort of blossomed. With that as well, myself and the VP and Chief of Staff, we also advise our Black Male Initiative on campus. And so we had already had some anecdotal data, but my quantitative really gave me some true insight on sort of what's really going on campus. And so you'll hear more about that throughout the presentation. So I just wanted to sort of give that overview of sort of how this project blossomed. So this is just an agenda on some of the things we're going to discuss today. And I won't read the agenda, but you all just wanted to put that in there as a reference. So a little bit about the organization. Coastal Carolina University is a public institution. It's located in Conway, South Carolina, also known as CCU as the acronym. It was founded in 1954. When it was founded in 1954, it was an extension of the University of South Carolina system. So we were USC Coastal. And then in 1993, we became an independent institution. And so as you can tell, we're still a very fairly new institution, being that we became independent in 93. Holds a population of a little over 10,000 students, which includes graduate students as well. And of those 10,000, about 899 of those students identify as Black and man. With the steady growth, it is important, I think, for us to sort of pause and reflect on a population that tends to not engage outside of shared identity spaces. And from that, some of the literature shared, Brooms shared in his literature, that examining Black men's experiences, especially as it relates to their engagement on campus, can provide critical insight on ways to enhance and support their persistence and success. And so that's straight from the literature. With that, the problem, and so as we think about the problem, and I want to also point out there that, you know, I do have a bias as well in this problem, being that I'm an alum, I'm a student from this institution, I work there, but also I identify directly with what I'm researching. And so I'm also just wanted to put that out there as well. And so it's very critical for me to ensure that I did not put my personal experience into the research in the current student's experience. And so just wanted to put that out there as well. But CCU has seen a decrease in engagement from Black men identified students outside of shared identity spaces. As CCU see an increase in the overall populations of students, including students that identify as Black and men, the university continues to see a decline in engagement. Black men identified student engagement across campus is low, which tends to lead to retention and persistence concerns. And so that's the problem we're seeing currently at Coastal. So through that, I worked to really think through some of my research questions, what it is that we're trying to determine. And so I've came up with sort of 3 different research questions that I'm really focusing on, more so in my qualitative portion of my research. But those questions are, what strategies, practices, and initiatives led by faculty and staff outside of shared identity spaces could be implemented to assist in increasing engagement for Black men identified students? And so we're asking these questions, I'm asking these questions to students that identify as Black men on our campus. But also, how does the current culture of the institution effectively address the needs of Black men identified students? And so are there specific things that are happening currently within the culture impacting this population of students to be engaged? But are there also things that are happening within the culture that are what are we doing well? What parts of the culture is, that the university is doing well to also assist with that engagement? but also how can the university implement opportunities and efforts to retain Black men identified students after their first year? And so what we did with my data collection, and I'll talk about this later on, with my quantitative data, thanks to Dr. Lamb as well with this, but we were able to pull out first year students who identified on the survey 0 to 1 years being a part of the institution, but also then what we consider legacy students, and that's 2+ years being at the institution. It was very, very interesting to see that split data and how our first year students are also finding some of the same issues and concerns that our legacy students. And so what we do know, right, based on the literature, is that if we are not addressing these concerns with our first year students, they're not going to return, right? And so that's part of what we're, the retention and that persistence and retention concerns are going to continue to enhance and grow, and those students will not return. They're going to transfer or drop out, right? And so we do know that, and it was very clear in the data that we pulled, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So theoretical framework, and so for my consultancy project, it will be grounded in the African American male theory and also Hirschberg's two-factor theory. And so talk a little bit about the African American male theory a little bit first. And I'm really using this theory as a grounding tool because it really speaks to the specific population that I'm working with, and it really infuses what Hirschberg talks about, but really specific to this very specific population. And so the African American male theory, also known as AAMT, is a theoretical framework that can be used to really articulate the position and trajectory of African American boys and men in society. It's focused on about 6 different tenets, but the tenet that I'm really going to focus on is tenet 4, which states African American boys and men are resilient and resistant. And then I'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but that is really important in this, in my sort of framework and the grounding of that. But then with Hirschberg, two-factor theory, obviously it argues that there are separate sets of mutually exclusive factors in the workplace that cause job satisfaction or dissatisfaction. And so for me, looking at the motivator factors or satisfiers, what I'm really focused on with this is recognition and responsibility, and then opportunities. And so are there opportunities for Black men at Coastal? Are they being recognized for the work that they're doing or for the efforts that they're taking to outside of their shared identity spaces? But also, what responsibility does the university take on to ensure that these students are being able to engage outside of their shared identity spaces? And then thinking about the dissatisfiers, or we know hygiene factors, really thinking about we see on here, relationships, thinking about relationships, but specifically relationships with peers and relationships with faculty and staff. Policies and rules. Are there policies and rules in place that encourages these students to engage outside of those identity spaces? Or are there policies and rules that hinder their engagement because of how the policy is created? And then the physical workplace, but for us, the physical campus. Does the physical campus really allow these students to engage outside of shared identity spaces? And so that's the theoretical framework that my project is sort of grounded in. Moving on again, and then just kind of sharing the problem again, but this on the second piece of this problem really focuses on my theoretical framework. And it says, based on the dissatisfaction of the culture outside of shared identity spaces and the lack of relationship being built, the institution has seen a decrease in engagement by Black men identified students. And that I was able to really come up with and create based on the theoretical framework that my project is grounded in. And so I wanted to re-emphasize that piece. And then these are just some potential solutions from literature. There's a lot of literature out there regarding retention, resistance, persistence, Black male leadership programs. And so I wanted to point out just 3 as of now, but my literature review is very long just because there's so much data out there and research out there regarding that. But I wanted to focus on 3 different ones, mostly focus on faculty and staff, Black male leadership program, and also services and opportunities. And so the first one is from Wood and Newman, and it states, faculty should seek to engage with students around their career interests and try to help students make connections to their intrinsic interests in the subject matter in the course materials. And what that means is that if faculty members take an approach of really trying to find a shared common goal and interest with our Black men on our campus, our students are going to be more open to the opportunity of engaging with faculty in the academic setting. Also, creating a Black male leadership program that allows students to build relationships, gain academic footing, and increasing their institutional engagement. And that was by Barker and Avery. And as I mentioned, we have a Black male initiative on our campus, but what this does is really provide a curriculum behind what that means, right? It's just not saying come and meet every Tuesday, here's a space, but there's an actual curriculum and engagement sort of curriculum behind what that means. And so, it provides the students a situation, sort of a cohort model that provide the Black male students as a first year to also then have mentors of Black men who have persisted through that first year to guide them during that first year, but also it takes them out of the space to do engagement, civic engagement, but also campus engagement, and to really help them build relationships with folks that may not always look like them. And so this really provides a very clear and concise cohort-based model to really engage with them as first-year students to ensure that they have the tools and the nuggets to really persist through the next 3 to 4 years of their college tenure. And then thirdly, to inform students of services and opportunities to become involved on campus or to introduce them to staff. A targeted email could be sent to the students once they arrive on campus, if not shortly before. And so one of the things that I really thought about and wanted to do some research on, and McCall and Castles really did that, was the orientation setting or the pre-coming to college. What can we do to really engage these students before they come to college? And this talked really about providing these students with a targeted email around services and opportunities on how to get involved. And this showcased to students that the university and campus leaders have a mutually investment in their engagement, in their success when they are receiving this information prior to coming to college. And this is just a few of the potential solutions from the literature. My methodology is a mixed methodology approach as well, and I'm looking at the explanatory design. I've collected quantitative data that gains information from students that identifies Black and men regarding their engagement experience outside of those shared identity spaces. And this data will inform the qualitative data that I collect students in the form of a Zoom interview. And so what I'm currently doing is using my data that we've collected from our quantitative to actually inform interviews that I'm having with students via Zoom. And I'll talk about this a little bit more. And so I'm interviewing 5 students via Zoom, 2 that are first-year students and 3 that are legacy students. Again, that's the 2+ years on their campus. And I'm doing Zoom because one, I can record it, but 2, it will allow me to go back and it allow me to have these students in an individual one-on-one setting where they can be very open and honest about their experience. But then 2, it allowed me to really go back to make sure that I'm pulling out all of the necessary important data through that Zoom interview process. So I've started that process and we'll hopefully finish that process next week. So just a little bit about my quantitative data project. It's a random sample of students. I did send a survey out via Qualtrics to 50 students. I developed a Qualtrics survey to be sent out to 50 random students that identifies Black and man. Out of that, I received 15 responses. So that gave me about 30% response rate. The Qualtrics survey worked to gauge their overall thoughts on engagement as Black men at Coastal. And I use a 4-point Likert scale as well. So agree, strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree for my responses. And as I mentioned, I received about 30% response rate for my qualitative data project. Some of the questions that really stuck out to me on my quantitative as well was, one of the questions that I asked was, predominantly white spaces on campus showcase an effort to market their programs and services to Black men identified students, and 80% of the students that responded actually disagreed to that. And then what I'm going back to where I mentioned that I'm using the African-American male theory, African-American boys and men are resistant and resilient and resistance, because I also asked the question of, I'm able to be, one of the survey points was, I'm able to be successful in spaces outside of spaces targeted to Black men. And 93% of those students actually agreed that they're able to do that. And that goes back to what the African-American male theory talks about, is that they're able to be resistant and resilient. And so despite that, you'll find next that 100% of our students share, our respondents share that faculty and staff don't do a great job, can do more to actually market their programs to them. 93% of them still mention that they're able to be successful. And so that goes back to that that theory around resistance and resilience. So with my qualitative data project, so based on the data and results collected through the quantitative survey, interviews are scheduled and they're currently happening with 5 students. As I mentioned, 5 students, including 2 new students who mark 0 to 1 year, so they're in their first year, and then 3 legacy students, 2+ years will be currently being interviewed. Interviews will provide students with information from this. So I'm going to share some of the data from that quantitative collection and some information from literature to learn the following. Why do they believe that the data presented is accurate? I want to hear from them on why they think that's accurate, but also what do they think about the suggestions provided by the literature? Do they, one, think that what the literature is saying could be implemented here at Coastal, but also are there other things based on this literature that they think we can add to what I'm presenting to them? And so I'm very excited. The first 2 that I've done, I've also already maybe very excited about sort of what the outcome will be. And then I have, again, 3 more scheduled for next week. And so my goal was to get all 5 of these completed before they leave for the summer, so that I'm not trying to like call and text and get these students. And so I'll have them all completed before they leave next week. So my findings and recommendations. And so with my quantitative data, 100% of the respondents believe that faculty should do more to target Black men identified students to engage in their services and organizations. And so that's clear. That is clear as day for the data. And so when I provide my findings and my final report to the institution, they can argue all they want, but this is clear that every student, every respondent shared that 100% of the respondents shared that faculty should do more to target Black men identified students. 80% of the respondents disagree that predominantly white spaces on campus showcase an effort to market their programs and services to Black men identified students. And 60% of the respondents agree that they choose to not engage in spaces outside of the spaces targeted to Black men because they don't feel welcome in the space. And so this is once this data came, it was pretty clear that I was going to use this to really explain the qualitative data, which is currently in progress. As you see, it's a work in progress. I'm working on it, and I'm excited to sort of tighten that up by next week. Close that out by next week, my qualitative data. Then my action plan and deliverables are also loading. I am hoping to also, before the end of summer, have all of that planned out as well once I close up with my qualitative information next week. Here are my references. Any questions for me? I will stop sharing my screen.
This is great, Harry, the work that you're doing. I'm curious about the initial sample of students that you were able to get surveys for. How were you able to pull that sample? Is that information that you received from the admissions office, or what were
Yeah. So I had to actually, Dr. Lamb, he was very quick and responsive. I had to go through a little process, y'all, to even get this data. So our IRB department made me receive a letter from Dr. Lamb. I had to submit my CITI certificate. I had to get a letter from my supervisor sharing that he supported my research. So I had to get all of this before I could even get any of this information. So once I did that, institutional research actually shared with me every student that had identified on their admissions application that they were Black and man. And so I received that. And so from there, I looked at the Black Male Initiative that I advised, and then I pulled students that were on that list, I pulled them out. And so 50 of those students, I then sent the randomized survey. But it was a little process that I had to actually go through to even like get approved to actually even get this data. And I wondered if I didn't work there, if they would have even released any of this information, you know. And so I'm also gonna put that out. I'm also in South Carolina. And so also I think when they saw what I was doing my research on, they wanted to make sure I had accurate information. And so it was a process. But thankful Dr. Lamb got that letter to me, like, I want to say the same day, which was great. But it was definitely a process.
Yeah. We start you with, you know, with IRB, and we end you with IRB. If you remember, your first task, first day, is to do your IRB. And then the last thing that I covered with you is Chapter 2 in Royce, which again is IRB. Knowing that, as I have told you, when you're working with educational institutions, they don't hand out stuff like this. You've got to go through their IRB. And that's why I'm an IRB person. And so I can look at your stuff and say, yeah, we can do this, or no, we can't do that. I mean, I'm functioning as the IRB for Gardner Webb for you folks. I have to submit my certificate as well. They had to see my certificate. I have to, my IRB as a supervisor, I had to submit that to them as well. And so it's not easy. You don't just say, send me this, and it's in your inbox in a few minutes. We've had to do that in more than one place. I'm working with a number of institutions, and yeah, this is what we have to do to get that through. And so, you know, it's not just random. That there's a process that we go through, and that's why in each of your surveys, the folks who've already done them, we determine where we're going to do our informed consent, which is part of IRB. Is it going to be a part of the survey? If we're sending the survey from Qualtrics so that we can track respondents, you know, that's again from last week's lesson. If we want to track, we got to go through Qualtrics, and then the informed consent has to be inside the survey. So because we can't put anything in the email. Now, just like Sharice's, when she sent hers out, we're not tracking respondents, and so her informed consent was in the email that she sent. Again, back to last week's lesson. And it was the informed consent was in that told them, you know, no harm, won't be identified, no money, no, and all those things. And so all of that's a part of this. And so we have to remember there are rules. It's discipline inquiry. There are rules. And when you're dealing with colleges, especially, they make you follow every rule all the way down. I mean, you can't, you don't get to just bat wing anything you want to, or, you know, just kind of, you know, make it up as you go. You are locked in, and you got to do the right thing. And so that's why we start with that from the very beginning, that we're not doing any gotchas here. We're not doing sneak attacks. We're upfront with what we do. And we do it theoretically sound, and we do it ethically sound as well. But those are equally important. Harry, there's one point that I need to make, and I apologize. I should have made this earlier. I think I mentioned it, but if I did, please, I'm old, remember. In your lit review, make sure that you define shared identity spaces. You and I know what that means. We've talked about it, but make sure it's in your lit review for people who don't know what that is. Everybody's not, you know, hip and with it like you are. And so make sure that you identify that. Now, I want to speak to the stratification that even Doc mentioned and Harry went over. We had a demographic question, and we had it in a vertical format where we could pull out the data just for those particular groups. We could stratify that data. So what we did is when we pulled it out, we saw, oh, the legacies, they're all, you know, they're pretty much, but now they're different than these you know, the new ones, the zero ones. And so, but we had this question set up where we could just pull it out and run a report. It was just it's really easy to set it up correctly. Now, so we stratified after collection. Now that's an important point here. We stratified after collection. We didn't stratify before to limit ourselves. We found what we found. We didn't say we think this is going to be different than that. We collected from everybody, and then we stratified. We pulled it out. Once we looked at it, we said, oh, we can see that this is different. So again, that speaks to the ethics of your technique. You got to be really clean when you're working with colleges, really clean. And so we didn't stratify up front, which would have biased what we found. We stratified after. And to make sure that now if there hadn't been any differences, then there wouldn't have been. But we didn't stratify before, we stratified after. So make sure that, that's just one of those, technique kind of things that really helps with your validity, by the way. And it helps with your significance when you stratify after. It really helps. And so we went ahead and do that. Now, the other thing is 2 years ago, we would have had another stratification, but something has changed in the last 2 years. 2 years ago, we were stratified by athlete and non-athlete, because athletes, if they had left, they would have been penalized. But now that the transfer portal is open and students can transfer, athletes can transfer out without penalty, there was no need to stratify for them. But had that rule still been in place, that if you left this college and went to another one, you'd had to sit out a year, that makes people stay, even if they're not happy. There was an artificial condition placed on them, and we would have had to stratify them out. Because there was a punitive measure that was making them stay. And so that makes them a different population from those who can come and go freely. We would have had to stratify the athletes out. But now that the transfer portal is open and you can leave without any penalty, we didn't have to do that. Those are kinds of things you got to know, though, from your lit review. That's the kind of stuff that your lit review, and when you're researching the actual problem, you do your lit review for your theoretical framework, but you're also doing a lit review for your actual problem and your suggestions. But in that, what you would have found is, oh, this is a different group than them. I can't treat them all the same. Again, that's the ethical piece of this. But now that transfer portal is in, we were clean on that. But the ethical piece was to look at different to stratify by years that you had been there. That was the ethical piece for Harry. He did that. And he identified that quickly. And so his technique is super clean, because it has to be, because of where he works and what he does and what the conditions that they've placed upon him. His methodology is flawless. It has to be, or we couldn't proceed there, because they're monitoring every step of the way. And Heidi's the same way. She's going to tell us that later. We have to be really clean. Ben has to be really clean. Leslie has to be, you're working with colleges, you got to be really clean. You can't do things that might be just at least a little bit questionable, or, kind of skip some steps or whatever that we tend to do. Disciplined inquiry. We shouldn't do it anywhere. But just like working with Sharice and Brenna, there's nobody overseeing us. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. It's because of who we are. But now, and so that's why I taught you from the very beginning, or impressed upon you, your ethical concern, disciplined inquiry. Even if nobody's looking, character's who you are when nobody's looking. We do the right thing because it's the right thing. And then we don't have a problem when we start working in colleges, because we do the right thing already. We do informed consent. We do IRB. We do all the right things we're supposed to do. Our methodology is sound. We don't make stuff up. We don't send out surveys that aren't valid. We don't do that kind of stuff. That's just not who we are. I know places that do that all the time. That's good for them, but no, we don't. That's why I said you will not come to your final defense and embarrass us over doing some shady dealings. That's not who we are. Now, if your project didn't come out like we wanted, or impact, that's just the rub of the green. That's just the way it goes. But we won't come in and have fudged the numbers, or found things that weren't there, or put our thumb on the scale. That's what I'm talking about. You will not embarrass yourself or the institution by doing something shady or underhanded or unethical or sleazy or whatever, fill in whatever metaphor or whatever adjective or adverb you want to put there. That's not who we are. It's not what we do. If your project, didn't turn out as well, that's just, that's okay. That's okay. But it's not okay not to be immaculate in your methodology. You have control of that. You can't control the outcomes, but you can control that methodology and who you are and what you represent, in terms of who we are as people and what we stand for. And it's a part of our faith and our Christianity is we do the right thing because it's the right thing. That's the notion here. And Harry is his technique is just flawless. And I've really enjoyed working with Harry too. We've had a lot of fun. We talk. I talk more than we work, I'm afraid, when I'm with Harry, but we have a good time. I enjoy it. Same way with Heidi. I talk more than we work, but we have a good time. And Sharice even worked for me. She was in Minneapolis over the break at the Mall of America, and she spent time with me. And so I enjoy the time that we spent together doing these things. We've had good times. And Ben, everybody, Richard, we worked this week. All right, who's next?
That would be me.
Oh, great. Did you get back home?
I'm back home for sure.
Reese got snowed in.
Oh, hold on one second. Let's see. Let me try that again. All right.
There we go.
Can you see it?
Yes.
All right.
Good to go.
All right. Good deal. Well, good people, let's do it. We're coming around the mountain. And so definitely, as you guys can tell, I've spent a lot of time with Dr. Lamb, so that's why he keeps using me as an example.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely thank you to my cohort for meeting with me during the week. So I am far more informed than I was 16 weeks ago related to this class and what we're doing for our projects. So this afternoon, I'm going to be talking to you guys about Agape Christian Center, which is a grassroots organization. And what I'm looking to do is help them in terms of organizational development for long-term sustainability because they are a nonprofit organization. So let's see. So Agape Christian Center, like I said, it's a nonprofit. It is a organization that is gearing to support church leadership.
Carissa, I think you're sharing the wrong. Can you go into the other window?
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And now
Okay.
and then, we're good now. Thank you.
Okay. So Agape Christian Center, like I said, it's a grassroots, and their purpose is to provide church leadership with support related to church leadership, also rest and renewal, and also provide counseling. So my problem that I am addressing at Agape is simply that because it is a organization that has started out as an idea and is not a fully formed organization, is to help them develop a strategic plan. And so when I looked at the problem related to the strategic plan, the analysis of the problem is simply that with lack of processes and procedures, without having that strategic plan, without having, board selection, training and development, volunteers, and a method for analyzing and tracking information, the likelihood of this nonprofit will be that it will be unsuccessful. Let me do one more thing. There. Okay. So my hypothesis is how can strategic planning increase the opportunity for long-term sustainability for this nonprofit organization? And my research questions also kind of supported that in terms of what makes an effective strategic plan, what knowledge, skills, or resources will be needed in order to achieve that. And then also what business systems, policies, procedures will be required for long-term success. So my theoretical framework is coming from Getzel-Gruber model. And what's really important about this particular model is that we're looking at it twofold, where we're talking about the institution and the individual. So earlier on, we learned that certainly human capital is the most important resource when we're talking about business. And so for that, when we're looking at this particular model, what we want to do is look at it from the perspective of, if things go well with the institution, we find that it will be efficient. And if we're looking at it from an individual perspective and things go well, and we're talking about including, their personalities, the roles that they will play, their needs, dispositions, all of those things, then it certainly will be come effective. And so what we're looking at is, being effective, being efficient, are they satisfied in their roles? Earlier on, we also talked about, leadership. So part of this is ensuring with the strategic plan that everybody is aware of what their roles are, what their responsibilities are, who reports to whom, and those kinds of things. And, we talk about big L's and little L's. So everybody in this particular organization at this point would be a big L, simply because they are the advisory board. But we understand that with the premise of followership, that there are different types of followers, and when we talk about followership, they can reflect the same things that are identified in leadership. Also, with the Getsuguba model, it talks about morale. And the reason why that's really important is, we understand from the other presentations that when people are dissatisfied, they tend to leave places. And so we're talking about retention, but also when we're talking about the morale, we're talking about the culture of the organization and how well that particular organization functions within that culture. And so in addition to that, we also, I looked at Collins, because Collins' ideas marry with Getsuguba. When we talk about level 5 leadership, we're talking about somebody who's going to be demonstrating humility, but have, that excellent work ethic. And when we talk about leadership, we've learned that, buy-in is very important. In the 21 irrefutable laws, they follow the person before they follow the idea. So it's really important that we understand that. And then in terms of first who, then what, we're kind of looking at, do we have the right people in the right positions on the bus to make sure that we are successful? We're looking at, okay, if we need to hire somebody immediately, do we hire just anybody for a warm body? No. Or are they inviting anybody on the advisory board for a warm body? Do they have the skills and are they competent? We want to make sure that if any changes need to be made, that they know that they need to act at that point, and then making sure that they are putting everybody who has, the appropriate skills that will benefit this particular organization, we're putting them in the right spots for those opportunities. Definitely confronting the brutal facts, because we have to be truthful, one, about the data that I'm going to find, but also, what position they are in order to be successful. They have to understand that they are an idea and not an organization, although they have some of the physical capital to give off the notion that they are an organization. And then, of course, with the hedgehog concept, just, being able to know what drives your engine, knowing what they're passionate about, and being able to do the very best job, and knowing that that is what they've been, called to do. So in overall, in looking at the system, burnout is prevalent in church leadership for just a lot of different reasons. And so because a large number of clergy are leaving the profession, to address that phenomenon, what Agape is looking to do is to create a place where there is a safe haven where clergy or Christian leadership can obtain counseling. They can also retain leadership development. And then it can also be a place of rest and renewal to kind of recharge, simply because a lot of what they're doing is certainly very challenging. And so because those things they're wanting to do, what we want to do is certainly look at developing a strategic plan. The National Center for Charitable Statistics kind of reveals that 30% of the nonprofits that are started don't exist after 10 years. And all of the literature that I have reviewed just kind of indicates that if you don't have a strategic plan, that means that you don't have a blueprint to be successful. So when we're talking about solutions from literature, everything that I identified simply talked about the importance of having a strategic plan, not only just having a plan, but being able to think strategically so that it can be an ongoing process. Even though we develop a strategic plan, it's important to know that it's a working, living document that has to be looked at, reviewed, monitored, updated, those kinds of things. And so there's certainly a lot of benefits to having a strategic plan because it gives us, guidance in terms of where we want to, it tells us our baseline in terms of what we're doing, but also where we want to go and how we can go about doing it. So really giving us the process of how to achieve some of the things that may be identified based on the information that I might receive through our surveys. And then also literature talked about having lots of different barriers and pitfalls that you may encounter if you do not have a strategic plan, simply because you're not prepared for any things that may come up unexpectedly, and you're not prepared because you're not really fully aware of the resources that you have within your particular organization. So in terms of looking at the methodology, looking at doing explanatory design, mixed methodology, where we're looking at quantitative and qualitative. And, with the explanatory, we're certainly trying to figure out what the cause and the consequences are, for the particular issue that I'm looking at, which is if a nonprofit doesn't have a strategic plan, what are they to do? And so my collection methods are using a survey, and then also looking at doing interviews. So at this point, I was able to work with Dr. Lamb and create the survey. So here we have just a copy of the survey, which you guys have seen, and it's 10 questions. And so it's already been vetted for content and face validity. When Dr. Lamb was talking about that, he talked to Dr. Hamilton about it, in looking at the research, what he did was he talked to the SME, or what they call the subject matter expert, in order to obtain the information to make sure that I was on the right track to ask the right questions. So basically all of the information within that assessment has to do with all of the components that are necessary for a strategic plan, and making sure that we understand that if they don't have it, then this is going to give us meat in terms of what direction we need to go in order to help this organization become fully formed and functioning. So looking certainly at the responses, and then upon getting the responses, being able to analyze and understand what the significance is. And so for me at this point, I have launched the survey. It will close on Wednesday. And so one of the things I was able to do was contact my sponsor, have him connect with the advisory board and say, hey, we're about to launch this survey in preparation so that we will be able to have time. And so tomorrow I will look and see how many people have responded, and then have a reminder sent out so that they will be able to complete it. And what my hope is because we're looking at about 15 people, that I will be able to have 100% participation. So that's kind of what the goal is. When I have not done my qualitative data at this point, but based on what my quantitative data tells me, that's when I will look at conducting interviews through Zoom so that I can obtain information. And, with the qualitative, we want to make sure that we get the insight in terms of why something is happening based on what their belief system is. And we'll be able to kind of identify different patterns in terms of information. And then, with the findings, what my plan is to certainly use coding and themes to kind of identify, look at the causal relationship, and hopefully be able to do some prediction of outcomes. And that's just simply because when we're kind of looking at the quantitative data, that's going to give us the meat and potatoes, because we'll be able to have that factual information. So possible findings from both of the methods used. Definitely the research has indicated certainly there'll be strengths. And again, going back to Getsagupa, it is, strength of the institution, strength of the individuals involved. So we want to look at weaknesses, and we'll be able to, once we obtain the information, understand the knowledge base that the advisory board has, if there's going to be professional development that's needing as it relates to training, board member evaluation, Collins, do we have the right people on the bus? Do they have the skills that will be required in order to help this nonprofit organization be successful? And then we also want to kind of look at recruitment, because eventually everything that we're kind of talking about will have to be recruitment. So it may be that we have to do recruitment for boards, staff, volunteers. And so all of those efforts will certainly need to be looked at. So what you're looking at here is based on my research, speaking with Dr. Lamb and identifying all the components that are needed for a healthy and functioning organization that is able to be sustained. It needs to have all of these components in it. And so when we look at it, the organizational chart, who does what, the positions, who's responsible, committees. But one thing I certainly want to hone in on is the succession plan. So with this specific organization, Agape, one of the things is that the sponsor, it is a passion project for him. And so one of the things that I suggested was that he wants to leave it to his family. So we talked about creating a legacy board. And what that means is simply that they will kind of mirror the actual advisory board. They will be trained. And so a succession plan is just looking at the positions that you have, how they operate, and making sure that you have somebody that is cross-trained in terms of skill and education that can step in if you step away from the position, retire, or whatever that is. So a succession plan is almost just like a contingency plan or backup plan for staff to make sure that if the organization is up, formed, and fully functioning, that it can continue even if there is a change in personnel at some level. When we talk about board development, we're talking about the selection process. Want to make sure that they are in alignment with the vision and they know what they are working towards in terms of the mission, being real clear about their role as a board member, making sure that they understand how boards are supposed to function in terms of parliamentary procedures, certainly looking at paid employees and volunteers. I have the same types of things, but as an organization, when we talk about looking at those different types of things, we want to make sure that they know that there are specific practices that they have to follow, like with advertisement, working with the EEOC, making sure that there are no discriminatory practices, making sure that everybody has a job description, and knowing what they have to do in terms of the onboarding process in order to become a part of Agape. When we look at the evaluation process, we just want to kind of look at how often that this is going to occur, and then making sure that, when we talk about the information, making sure that we do it consistently, and there's a time frame, and that we're documenting when all of these things are happening. And at the end of the day, we're kind of looking at a strategic growth plan, because it has to be continuous improvement and thoughts and ideas about how this can function. And again, like I said earlier, a strategic plan, that's the starting point, but it's a living document. And so there always has to be some level of work that is going towards improving the organization. So the goal is that at the end of the day, there'll be a deliverable of a strategic plan. And these are all of the components that will be a part of that strategic plan. Certainly it does take the plan, but it also takes teamwork, making sure that, the organizational culture is beneficial. We know that certainly a strategic plan is important, but culture eats strategy for breakfast. And so because we know that, it's so important that they focus on all of the elements that will ensure that they will be functioning, but that they can have long-term sustainability, whether it's through marketing opportunities, but certainly we want to make sure that the formulation, the implementation, and then the monitoring of what is happening is done. And so after compiling all of the data, getting all of the information, this will be an idea of what the strategic plan will have and what the components of it will be. And, in order to kind of get that started, just kind of looked at developing a roadmap for how that would need to happen. So I have it kind of lettered so that you know what the process is, and I have it highlighted in yellow in terms of the timeline, because that'll be important. And so what we're looking at in terms of the information of the action plan is the timeline, when it's going to occur, who's going to be responsible, and then the resources that'll be needed. And so certainly we want to share the results once I'm able to get them, and me being responsible for that. And then also then just having a meeting in terms of being able to communicate that with the executive director and the board members, and making sure that they understand all the components of the strategic plan. Definitely developing SMART goals, identifying the risks, the barriers, and the funding needs, and making sure that, based on the strategic plan, if training is needed, that we are able to address some of the things and make sure that they understand all of the components that will need to be done. And then, of course, being able to monitor that process, and then certainly, assigning jobs and things to each of those roles that they have, and certainly having key performance indicators to identify if something's working, if it's not working, and again, have that checks and balance so that we can have continuous evaluation of what is happening within the organization, and then just kind of implementing it. And we're just looking at a matter of, the time element and making sure that everybody is aware of what they are supposed to be doing, where the strategic plan will be housed, and how they will continue to work on the things that have been identified once the data has been compiled and presented to them. And here are my references.
Mhm. Excellent. Doc makes a good point. This is what looks like what a consultant does.
It was a hard way getting there, though, Doc.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what you have to do. Let's juxtapose this with what Brenna's doing. Brenna identified 4 areas that she's got to work in. Sharice identified the 4 areas that she's got to work in to help them go from idea to organization. But, the good thing for Sharice as opposed to Brenna is Sharice really only has to focus on strategic planning, because none of the rest of it will matter until she gets that in place. And then she's shown you where it's going to go from there, and it'll be up to them. And she can stay and help them if she wants to or whatever. But her real focus is strategic planning, where Brenna has to focus on all 4 problem areas of hers, because they're actually up and operating. Sharice has the luxury of they're not actually operating yet. There's just an idea that has acquired a space, and she can help them build it along the way. But understanding that her part is none of the rest of it will matter until she gets that strategic plan in place. That's where organizations start. That goes back to your organizational theory and strategic planning. That's why we went back to the content expert. It's the SME. What did you teach them about developing an organization, organizational planning? What did you teach them about strategic planning, how to start and build an organization? We went to that expert who said, this is what I taught them. This is what we do. And that's how we built her survey around, vision, mission, goals, objectives, values. We went right down the line. Assessments built in, formative assessments, checking along the way. Summative, are we meeting what we wanted to do? Looking at outcomes. All those things were built into that strategic plan. But again, that's your content. You got to make sure that your content, you do that with the content expert and from your literature review. What are the tenets of strategic planning? You know, you can have the slickest survey in the world, but if it's not sound on the content, you know, it's garbage in, garbage out. And Sharice is, you know, she's gone right down the line on what she's got to do. So she started with her content, and she recognized that, hey, they've got these 4 problems, but this is the first one we've got to address. And that's why I've told you is don't get involved in the implementation, because there's plenty to do on the front end. But that implementation, if you want to stay with them, that's fine. But for the purposes of what we do, you know, it can't just be open-ended and take forever. We have to define our parameters, and that's what Sharice has done. She's defined her parameters. So this thing will take years. I told you I'm in the 5th year of data collection of a project that I'm doing. I said I'm in the 5th year of data collection. You don't want to be as old as I am when you get done. You've got to define your parameters. That's, you know, that's got to be first and foremost. It can't be a 5-year ordeal. And so she has laid out her steps of what she's going to do, her timeline, so that she can finish in a reasonable amount of time with these folks. Now, if she wants to continue on with them, if this is something that's in their heart to do, that's wonderful. We're not telling you can't do that, but for the purposes of what we do, we have to have a more defined period of time. And she has done that and done it well. I've really enjoyed working with Sharice. I agree. I'm a big supporter of what she is trying to do. You know, I'm worried about the future of religion in this country. And a big part of it is burnout, people leaving. And so I think it's a very worthy project. One very near and dear. And I won't go into, you know, you can see a picture from right here from my ministry. And I know how you get burned out. And so I have the luxury of working at Gardner Webb that supports me in my ministry and allows us time to do those things. But if you didn't, you would certainly burn out. You get to do different things. All right, so what a wonderful presentation. Again, I have really enjoyed working with you on this. This has been great. This one is close to my heart, and I really have liked this one. It's been good. All right, who's next? Let's squeeze another one in before we break.
Hey y'all, I'm next. Let me get it going. I'm all right. Can everyone see my screen?
We can.
All right, hold please. Let me get it set up. All right, there we go. So good afternoon. My presentation is on the sense of belonging. That's my data analysis, and just a little backstory. I am looking at the sense of belonging at a small private Catholic institution here in the South. Most of you know where that is, Belma Abbey. This institution has a student population of traditional students, about 2,500 students there, and 10% of them identify as Black students. So that's a very small percentage. And of those 10%, 8% came for an athletic experience. So I've been there for 5 years, and during my time there, students would come to me, and I'll, just randomly working in residence, like, I'm gonna have to see you at some point because you gotta get your key, or you got in trouble or something, I'm gonna see you. So they would come and say like, hey, what do Black students do here? And I was like, good question, I don't know. And then, it was a point they wanted to have a Black coalition at one point. I said, I can't be part of that because y'all coming from my job. Then they want to have like a Black resistance. Sorry guys, can't be part of that, coming from a job. So I heard them, but over time, not knowing that I was coming into this program, just had things in the works. So the problem here was that, again, the Black students make up 10% of the population here. And just over time, they just did not feel like there was anywhere for them to belong. There are no sororities or fraternities. It's just athletics, pretty much. They're student organizations, but none catering to Black students. So after the May 20th, 2020 killing of George Floyd, students were talking. They let the college know, listen, there's no one here for me. There was a whole uproar about Black Lives Matter, and the college, being Catholic, said, hey, we can't partner with Black Lives Matter organization, but we want to support you. And they had this thing where they got all the Black students attempted to get the Black students together during COVID and say, like, tell us why, tell us how we can support you, tell us what we can do. And, the students were like, okay, we'll tell you, but then what? What's going to happen? So it was just a lot of Black backlash. And so one of the problems is finding someone to talk to. So again, of this small college, there's one Black male who's the basketball coach, but he just left. And there are 4 Black women who work there full time, me being one of those. So my office is full a lot of times. So my hypothesis in this is that at this college, Black students feel a lower sense of belonging than their white peers at this college. And some of my research questions that I asked, these were some on my survey. In what ways do you see yourself as part of this college community? How do your professors respond when you need help in class, course-related materials? And then what advice would you give a person who wanted to come here? And then also, how safe do you feel on campus? And these were some of the questions that came from Maslow's, who in my lit review, in my framework is based on my theoretical framework with Maslow. And he has a quote, and it says, if both the physiological and the safety needs are fairly well gratified, then there will emerge love and affection and belongingness needs. And the whole cycle already described will repeat itself with this new center, and the person will feel even keel. So, so with that said, on the flip side of that, if reading in one of my articles with Terrell Strayhorn, he was saying that, yes, you do need to have that sense of belonging, but then on the flip side, in the absence of a sense of belonging, typically described as a sense of alienation. And then with that comes rejection, social isolation, loneliness, and even delving deeper into that is dissatisfaction, low self-esteem, depression, substance abuse, and suicide. So, and again, working at a college campus, we know these are all things that have affected our students at some point in time. And so the problem here being, what can be done to help Black students feel connected to the college? And then what will a student organization? So in the reading, like a lot of it is a student organization, and other recommendations I'll talk about in a minute. But my question was, would a student organization help Black students? And so from literature, it talked a lot about, which it was a lot of literature, but I try to pull things about diversity and inclusion, including that in strategic planning for the college, having department and auxiliary evaluations and faculty and staff to let them know, they do it in their coursework, but to include something about how the students outside of the academic piece, how they feel about them as professors as far as the meeting, making them feel included and being helpful. And then also looking at best practices in classrooms, in the residence halls, on campus, and then also in the hiring practices. And then with that problem being would a student organization help students? That's what I set forth to do. I conducted focus groups. I had You know, I'd let students know, like, there are other colleges have a Black student union, a Black student association. And so that's when I worked with them to develop Black Student Alliance. And so you see that where it says it just got established, yes, in the year of our Lord 2020, Belmont Abbey finally got a Black Student Alliance for this. The mission is to uplift, educate, and celebrate and support Black and Brown students, providing programs and services that promote a better understanding of Black culture. Amongst students at the Belmont Abbey community, BSA fosters a sense of belonging and student growth by seeking to enhance the overall college experience for Black students and other minorities on campus. And this is something that we have to underline because we notice this on campus when we have a table set up. We provide the opportunity for students of all races to take part in learning about Black culture, lifestyle, and history, because they'll see Black Student Alliance and say, oh, that doesn't apply to me. Okay. And we just open it up like, listen, this is an opportunity for you to learn. So this organization has been created with the tenets of leadership, allies, unity, mentorship, and equality. Y'all done push the button on here. Okay. Okay. So with my methodology, is mixed methodology. And what I did was Dr. Lim helped me with the convergent design. So what I'm doing is I used Qualtrics and had a 16-question survey that was developed. And so what I did was IRB, the person who our institutional effectiveness research person is out on leave right now. And so I talked to the dean and like, hey, he's part of my, he knows what I'm working with. And so I was just like, hey, I have my survey. And so I'm planning to send this out. And in reading Royce, being careful with with culture, I did not want to just be an ethical say, okay, are you Black? Fill this out. Are you Black? Fill this out. So of course that is so very unethical. So what I did was I was able to get 5 faculty members and myself, and I teach as well, to I put the consent on it was a nice graphic. I should have put it on here, but put my consent there, and I put a QR code and had them distributed in their classes. And at the time when I distributed the survey, it was during a time where it was fall registration. And so I was able to give it to some of the academic advisors, and they put it there when students came for academic advising, and it was optional. Again, it showed that it was anonymous. We did not collect any information, no harm, no money. So all that was there for them to read. The survey is kind of set up to ask questions about the general belonging of campus, the environment, living in residence halls, and also just safety as far as, do you feel safe on campus, and then academic in the classroom with professors. Qualitative, I again developed a focus group. I had 8 participants. Ordered pizza, invited them. The participants were mostly, I sent it to students who had attended a Black Student Alliance event or were actively involved. So I sent the email to them, and I got 8 participants, and with that developed 7 open-ended questions. And so Dr. Lamb helped me pull the data. So I sent, I sent the responses out to 250 students, and I had 81 responses. So that was right at 32%. And so Dr. Lamb pulled the Black student responses for me. And so I was able to, with the convergent, compare the qualitative and the quantitative analysis together to make it convergent to see what was going on. Because as you see here, just on race alone from the respondents, 59% of the respondents were white students, identified as white students, and only 20% or 17 of the 48 were Black students. So I got a little nervous by looking at the results because it looked like, hey, we all belong. We love it here. And I'm like, it didn't reflect the hypothesis that I had. So, and what would be interesting maybe later is to pull the Hispanic or those who identified as other to see what their responses were. But so what I did just to show you a few things that I got back. One of the questions that dealt with connectedness is if I feel like I belong at this college. So what you see here is in the blue is the total response that I got back from the quantitative survey. And the orange there is the students who identify as Black. That was their response. So you see a big discretion there with how many strongly agree versus how many disagree and strongly agree. So the Black students, we kind of went half and half, like some feel like they belong and some don't. Versus if I just looked at the total where majority feel like, yes, I agree. And then here's one more I pulled about the professors or the classroom experience. And it said that the professors here respect me. This was that I was really happy to see that of the students who identified as Black, majority strongly agree and 9 agree that the professors respect them. And in the other data questions about professors, it was a good good response that said that, you know, they had good experiences in the classroom with the professors. All right, and then one with environment safety. I feel safe on campus. And looking at this too, it was good to know that four of the small population of students strongly agree, most agree. And I don't know if these are men or women right off, but I don't know if it was just men who disagreed or if it was women who disagreed, but just overall, they do feel safe on our campus. So with my qualitative findings, again, I did the focus group, and one of the limitations in this was, and Roy said, don't do it by yourself. But did I listen to Royce? No, I said, you know, I really didn't have anyone to help facilitate besides myself because I wanted the students to feel comfortable. I wanted them to, you know, be able to openly share. And the only other persons that I really had to bring in the room were, you know, colleagues who identified as white or that who were like the dean. And I just was like, you know what, I'm gonna figure out how to do this. So it was very difficult to try to write, facilitate, ask questions. That was a huge limitation for me. But it was helpful that, you know, I did have another student help write down things that I may have missed. But some of the qualitative findings in this content, I kind of pulled some things, and it was just not being supported, being invisible, alone. A lot of them use the word teammates. Like I hang with my teammates. I've spent time with my teammates. Some of the phrases was, you know, if it wasn't for sports, I wouldn't be here. I can't be myself. Different groups might get different aspects of me. And then also when it was a big conversation about the Black Lives Matter movement and how it was denounced by the Catholic Church. And it was like, so if they denounced it, what about my Black life? Do you denounce me as well? So again, these are some of the themes that were pulled from the qualitative data. So in my lit review, and I pulled some of the references here, but some of the recommendations was for student organizations, not just Black Student Alliance, but most of them to partner with first year experience, to have them be present in that classroom, whether it's through a presentation, whether it's through a student mentor that's part of the organization to be in the classroom. That was to catch those first year students. Also create a student mentor program, get them involved in student activities, in residence life, your RAs, they're doing programs in the hall. And to be able to, hey, invite student organizations to be part of these programs for students to come out. Creating safe spaces. BSA is one of our ground rules when we have our meetings is, hey, this is a safe space. We have ground rules here. And that's those safe spaces are usually wherever we're meeting, or in you know, an office of some sort, or having an ally that they can talk to. Mental health awareness, to kind of to come against the loneliness and this maybe the suicidal thoughts, the alienation. Also, one was hiring practices and making it a place that people who identify as Black or non-Catholic will want to come work. Working on the marketing for the jobs that are available at Belmont Abbey, since, like Ben said, some people are taking they're taking leave, and I hope I'm one. Making connections with faculty and staff, building those connections, since students feel that they are having good experiences in the classroom, how to let first applaud faculty that that's happening, and then also giving them tools to continue that for those who may not be having those types of experiences in the classroom. And then have campus initiatives to support healthy student interactions. One, to get like the social media aspect, always communicating through phones, but having initiatives where students are having face-to-face conversations. They're having activities with more interactions with faculty and staff being present, and able to make those connections. All right, here's my action plan. So I have one for students here, and then I have one for faculty and staff. So for this, it's kind of like the beginning of a school year, but for students, you know, these are things that would be planned to kind of suggest to them. Go participate in programs, attend sporting events, get to know people, come outside of your room, basically. Join a student organization, get involved with work study. You'll be in different offices, you'll see how things work. And then you'll be required to make an appointment with your advisor or all of your professors in there in that semester. For faculty and staff, get involved, in strategic planning. Let faculty know this is something that's going to be a part that's going to enhance student belonging. And that's when strategic planning would say, hey, set aside blocks of time for student meetings. Seek opportunities to better raise students who are marginalized students, and know how to better have the conversation with them. For faculty and staff, be advisors. If you're going to be a mentor, advise a student organization. That was something that was very tough to find people who are more than just signers, you know, advisors who just sign off on the paperwork, and that's all the involvement that they have. Working with admissions in their recruitment campaign. Even in admissions, I think there's one person of color in admissions. And so even talking with her, like, she's bombarded with, you know, when they go out to recruit the African-American, the Black people coming to her saying, okay, tell me the real deal. What's going on here? So again, going back to those hiring practices. And then also assessing the first year experience, athletics and orientations, and making sure that students aren't just coming for that experience to play sports, but what are you going to do to keep them, keep with retention and persistence to keep them there and involved. Oh, that was it. So here's my references here. My timeline is TBD. So some more like components in that with budgets and things. But fortunately, with this being a student organization, the budget has been, anytime we have events, it goes through student activities office. And so recently, these were our graduates here in the picture. Just Thursday, we had 5 graduates who were involved in BSA, and being able to celebrate them. So yeah, so thank you very much. I will stop sharing now.
So I've got a quick question for you, Heidi.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember we were talking about this. You shared this particular organization that you were making, and I know that you had to put, for all races to be, or are encouraged or invited to attend. Have you had a lot of like white or say non-Black individuals that don't identify be receptive, or what's that been about? How's that gone?
Good question. We have, but it's usually the same for students. Even though when student organizations have tables or speak, we those students are present, but we still get but it's, all they see is Black student. And when they say, I don't identify, then they kind of turn away. So that was part of some of our meetings is, okay, look at our logo. Again, because it's a student organization, I let them take lead. I was like, does the logo seem welcoming? Does the logo say, all students are welcome? So these are things that they're working on. But we do, yes, have some students who do want to come and learn, but not many. It's still, again, the same ones.
Yeah, so work in progress. Well, hopefully this will work for y'all. Yeah, because being someone who grew up in the Catholic faith, I mean, I think I mentioned this to you, others may not know, but I remember the first time when I went to a service over at a Catholic mass, and I saw like my first African American, and I was like, oh, really? Because I'll be brutally honest with you, and this was just my ignorance, as I never really had more Hispanic, and I think maybe some Indian are pretty much all the ones I've seen practice Catholicism. So at least that's what I've seen. So, but yeah, thanks for the answers.
Appreciate that.
Excellent work.
Hey, Heidi.
Hey.
Hey, I have 2 questions. The first question is, I know that previously in one of our other classes, you said that you would possibly reach out to other schools that may have a similar population and similar groups. Were you able to make any sort of connection, maybe compare data with other schools that may have similar issues and maybe have addressed it?
Yes, I had the students on the exec board reach out. So they've reached out to the Catholic University of America because they also have a Black Student Alliance, and they have been exchanging ideas. Of course, theirs is larger. It's been in existence longer, but they've been very helpful with helping the executive board come up with ideas. And one of them being the picture you saw with the Academic Excellence Award of recognizing their graduates and also those who make the deans and the president's list.
Okay, good. And then the second question is related to the quantitative part of your presentation. I noticed that you compared the data between the non-Black students and the the non-Black students and the Black students. Have you considered possibly using percentages or using percentages instead of the raw data there to have more of a comparison?
Not today. Today I use just the numbers today because of the I could say 2% or 3%, but for me, I wanted to use the numbers to say there were only 17 Black students who responded out of 81. So let me just show you the numbers today instead of, just to be more realistic of what I'm working with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. We've talked about when you do survey, mode, the number. And again, to Heidi's point, if you talk about percentages, it doesn't really tell you how many. And mode is a better measure of central tendency. It's a better measure. It's more representative. And again, it doesn't make things appear bigger than they really are. It speaks to the number. And we want to kind of stay in that realm. We don't want to portray that, percentage of what, 100%, but we want to be able to keep the numbers somewhat authentic in terms of this is what this represents. We don't want to kind of trump up our data. No pun intended there. One of the points that Heidi brought out that I want to remind us of, especially in a convergent design, is that we're looking for themes in our qualitative work. Remember, it's thematic. We're trying to pull 2 or 3 or 4 themes out when we're doing the convergent design to compare to what they said. And Heidi mentioned that, but I want to remember your qualitative work is not all qualitative, is not qualitative, is not qualitative. Your qualitative is dependent upon your quantitative and what your methodology is. So when you're doing convergent design, you're not, I don't mean this literally, it's not so much what they said, but it's the themes that you're looking for the comparative basis. Remember that. Remember, we're doing a comparative basis. We're not trying to explain, we're doing a comparative basis. And so we're looking for themes. And that's a little bit different than when you're doing an explanatory design that we've talked about today. So it's not always going to be the same. Your qualitative is not always going to be the same. It's going to be according to what your methodology is, whether it's explanatory or whether it's convergent. But her technique again is flawless. She's done a great job with this. Now, I want to make one point here, and I don't want this to sound deceptive or underhanded or any of those things. So I'll use me as the bad example here. I was approached by a dean on our college, which has much the same problem as their college. I was approached by a dean who is a person of color who was recently hired. And he said, I'm having a problem getting this program approved. I want to do this new program that brings in these more students of color. And I've targeted this population and I'm getting a lot of resistance through the organization. And I said, well, first of all, you've got to understand that you were the diversity initiative. That's what you were hired. That they didn't expect you to bring more that looked like you. So if you tackle this head on, you're going to get a lot of resistance. I'm not saying to be deceptive, but you need to approach this. Your salesmanship job has got to be based on money. You're going to bring in more students. You're going to open up a new revenue stream for this university. That it happens to look different than the traditional revenue stream is immaterial. I mean, money's green, all of it, and that's what the folks in charge will respond to. And sure enough, when he costed it out, how much money additional revenue we would bring in, all of a sudden, they were slapping him on the back and he was the champion. There was nothing deceptive or underhanded or unethical about that. It's true that this new revenue stream will bring in this much more money for you, that they happen to look different than what you've already got. It's just immaterial. So these are lessons that you have to learn along the way in data collection and literature. To Heidi's point, if your logo looks very militant, then that's probably not going to go well. It didn't change who we are or hide the fact of what we're trying to do, but we have to factor in political considerations along the way as well. When you're working with organizations and you've had some organizational theory and some things, that's where that stuff kicks in. But we always need to be reminded, as Heidi just reminded us, let's take a look at this logo. Does this look inclusive to you? If you want inclusion, maybe that's a barrier. Just like I had to explain to that dean that you making this a diversity issue rather than a money issue is becoming a barrier for you. It doesn't change who the population that you're trying to pull from. It doesn't change any of that. But maybe you should market it a little bit differently. And maybe, as Heidi pointed out, maybe they should market themselves with with that logo a little bit different. It doesn't change who they are or their core concept or beliefs. It's about being a little bit smarter. It's about being a little more organizationally savvy. And that's that. Remember, I told you this 1,000 times. Learn something in the first 4 courses when you get here. We'll be able to do something with it if you've learned something. But if you haven't learned any of these lessons along the way, it's not a lot I can do to help. I can only put some, Oz never gave nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. I'm just putting form and function to what you've already learned. But if you didn't pay attention and learn anything, all the methodology in the world won't help you. That's why those first 4 courses, those foundational courses, are so important. where you learn about organizations and you learn about things like this. It all has to come together in your methodology. It puts some form and function to your core of what you've learned. All right, short break, and we'll be back for our last two. Again, Heidi, wonderful job, excellent. A very worthy topic, and very, again, close, because I live that pretty much every day in our job. At Gardner Webb, we have many of the same issues. And even if you just look at it from a very mercenary, it's the right thing to do. But even if you're looking at it from a mercenary standpoint, college students are getting fewer and fewer, and enrollment is harder, and admissions and finding people and keeping people is harder and harder. And it's about the very survival of your organization that you need to find, attract, and keep more students. And so that justifies it itself. It's kind of self-explanatory. All right, we will be back at 10 minutes till 2. All right, let's take a quick break. Okay. And we're back. All right, we can do some follow-up on the comments from, I saw comments or questions in the chat.
Mine wasn't really a question, but just kind of commentary on what we're discussing.
The question was, have you thought about adding a component of belonging in the freshman orientation to wrap it differently? How do you want to respond to that one? Have you thought about asking to add a component of belonging in freshman orientation to wrap it differently?
That was me, Heidi. And I was just wondering, like, because all freshmen have to go through freshman orientation, and you were talking about sometimes how information is presented, maybe if you presented it as making sure everybody belongs, and maybe that caveat of, for Black students per se, they may be more receptive, and you could catch everybody coming in.
Thank you, Sharice. Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Number 7, who's next? It's like Richard.
It's me.
All righty.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be sharing a presentation today about my consultancy project. This, of course, is the proposal of sorts. My project will be discovering or discussing student leadership development, especially that of student leaders in a multicultural center on a college campus. So a quick introduction to the organization and the project at large. Can I just ask by a show of hands, has anyone ever heard of IUPUI? I see one and I see some heads, I hadn't either till I got a job here. So I was not super familiar. So I'm always curious to hear what are others' perceptions and knowledge of the institution. So I'm sorry, we don't went too far. So IUPUI. IUPUI is an acronym or short for Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. It's a merger of both IU and Purdue in Indianapolis. Two of the largest schools in the state of Indiana have kind of gone in together to create this institution. It's a public research university that awards undergraduate, graduate, and professional degrees. The student population here is about 30,000. So it's a pretty large institution, and about 20,000 of that being undergraduate degree seekers, and the other remaining about 10,000 are graduate degree seekers or professional degrees such as law or medicine. The Multicultural Center, the partner that I'm working with, is specifically concerned with educating the entire campus on multicultural themes. So it's not just a space where we think of just for Black students or Latino students or so on. It's a space that really provides a home to those students, but also seeks to educate the larger campus population on social justice and DEI topics. Their programmatic focuses can be focused on 3 areas, can be narrowed down to 3 areas. It's retention, it's engagement, and it's education. In practice, this looks like events and programs such as cultural celebrations. This looks like social justice and peer-to-peer DEI training. This is also inclusive of scholarship programs. And then they have some cultural trips they take. So they take, the largest, of course, is a trip to Ghana every summer, but they do have smaller trips throughout the Midwest and the South to educate on DEI topics. The last piece, which is the area that I'll be focusing on, is their commitment to student organizations. There seems to be some gaps or some challenges in what they do with student organizations that they hope to have addressed. I'll name 2 that the center was born out of protests. About 12 years or so ago, Black students on the college campus said that we don't feel included, we don't feel welcome. We would like the space here on campus that just kind of honors our culture, our traditions, and gives us a space of refuge. The institution said no over and over again. Eventually, other student organizations joined with the Black students, the Black Student Union at the time. The other organizations joined in and said, we support this, they need the space. And instead of getting a Black cultural space, instead the institution created the Multicultural Center. And the Multicultural Center began to be the home for both the Black Student Union and all the other organizations that joined in with the Black Student Union to get this space created. So on your screen, you'll see what those 7 organizations are that help advocate for this space. They include the African Student Union, the Asian Student Union, the Black Student Union, the Filipino Student Association, the Latino Student Association, the LGBTQ Student Alliance, and the Native American Student Alliance. So every year, these organizations, they have elections, they elect leaders, they're awarded a budget from the Multicultural Center, and they are held accountable. Those students are held accountable to lead these organizations. The Multicultural Center, though, is concerned that these students who are elected do not have the training to lead. They do not have the wherewithal to be effective in leading these organizations, especially in the area of democratic leadership. They think that form of leadership is the most effective for these type of organizations. They're also concerned that because this is a multicultural center, they're also concerned that if trainings were available, they do not speak directly to the cultural nuances that these organizations live in. So it's not enough to just have training, but is the training specific enough to meet these minoritized groups where they are and not just kind of framing things in broad context. So our problem here is on your screen. There's speculation that student leaders from these organizations do not have the leadership skills to succeed in leading. Potential solutions include our ability to assess what's going on here, just to make sure that there is in fact a gap here, and to provide resources to help train the student leaders on acquiring democratic student leadership skills. Our lit review. When we think about theoretical frameworks, we lean on Collins' social systems theory. As we know, social systems theory is a complex, it recognizes that society is a complex arrangement of elements, including individuals and their beliefs that relate to the whole. In this study, we're going to examine how systems are working or failing to work to produce the sort of training needed for these student leaders to be successful. The second theory that we'll lean on is culturally relevant pedagogy. Culturally relevant pedagogy was an idea or a theory put forward by Gloria Ladson-Billings. It really encourages us to think about when we do trainings or any kind of educational activity, is the training relevant? Does it speak to the population that we're hoping to relay information to? It's impossible to relay effectively concepts if you're speaking a different language, or if it does not make sense to the population that you're hoping to reach. So want to lean on that that concept as well. And then some potential solutions from the literature include Mind Elevator. They're an organization that puts forward educational tools on any number of topics. They've kind of framed for us what democratic leadership looks like. They've put forward some things that may be standards or core ideas around democratic leadership. So we'll lean on their concepts of what that means. Our methodology, like many others, I'm leveraging or utilizing a mixed methods explanatory design that includes both qualitative research and quantitative research. The first part, of course, is the quantitative research. By using Qualtrics, we have a 11 question survey that seeks to kind of weed out the students, leaders of these organizations, their current understanding of democratic leadership. The survey is presented on a Likert scale, 4-point Likert scale of strongly agree, agreed, disagree, or strongly disagree. And again, it's just seeking to kind of weed out and get a feel if there is really a gap here. Do students not know? Are they not equipped with tools, or are they not equipped with the knowledge of democratic leaderships? The second part of the data is going to be by way of qualitative data, and this is interviews. Our interviews will be in a semi-structured interview format, not structured where it's exactly the same question to each candidate, not a informal where it's just any number of questions. It's semi-structured, so we have a baseline of questions to ask from, and that we may ask additional questions if the conversation leads in that direction. And we're hoping that these interviews will give insight to why the gaps exist and how the organization can address those gaps. More specifically, this qualitative data will help shape the recommendations that I'll deliver to the partner organization. And some of that may include things such as if we were able to deliver, or if the organization was able to deliver trainings, what are the best ways those trainings might occur? Would it be useful to have a summer retreat where you go over all these things that we get prepared when the school year starts? Or would it be more useful to have a monthly check-in to go over these different topics, similar to what their social justice program does at the school, where they have a monthly check-in and go over social justice themes? So just kind of polling the students to figure out what this would look like best for them. And then next steps, I have not launched any of this information yet. Thanks to Dr. Lamb, we have developed a survey. I'll add the demographic information to it soon. But our next steps includes launching a survey, ideally next month. That way we can begin to collect the information over the summer or throughout the month of May. In June, ideally, we'll follow up with those interviews with those student leaders. Summer presents a challenging time to connect with student leaders, but we will put our best foot forward to connect with who those individuals are and interview them on a one-on-one basis. Of course, this one-on-one basis provides an opportunity for some of our students to really have space to speak. Working as an advisor for student organizations, I've learned that sometimes some of our leaders are leaders only because they speak the loudest. They aren't always the brightest or have the most insight, but we have some very outgoing students. We also have some students who will not take up space. So we want to provide a level playing field here where they have one-on-one opportunities to express what they think without the challenge of the more boisterous peers consuming all the space. So one-on-one is our ideal approach for those interviews. And then ideally by August, we'll be able to deliver some pieces to the organization, some recommendations to the organization, so that in the coming school year, they have some kind of meat to work with when they develop or roll out the implementation, when they roll out the recommendation that I've given to them. Here are my references, and I'll pause here to ask, what questions do you have for me?
Excellent. Richard and I have been working this week. He's got an excellent survey. He's got a good handle on what he wants to do. Again, as a reminder, the organizations aren't being led well. That's not in debate. Why aren't they being well? You know, what do these students know about democratic leadership? And so we're going to do that. He's going to do that inventory with them. Now, one of the things that he talked about is he's going to do interviews. Why would you do interviews? Think about the makeup. He's got 7 different and sometimes competing groups that he's working with here that make up this one coalition. What would be the problem with trying to do a focus group with this bunch? As Richard said, the loudest, you know, kind of go to the top, because whether or not we want to acknowledge it or not, many ways these 7 groups are competing for attention and space and resources. It would not be smart to try to do it again. You got multimodal population here. Not smart to try to do focus groups with them. They're not the same. Heidi's group was the same. That's exactly what you do with them. But Richard's group, not the same. Again, you have to apply the appropriate methodology for the conditions that you find. Richard's absolutely right. He's got to do one-on-one interviews. Now, the choice that he has is, will he do those via Zoom or will he do those in person? And that will probably be dependent upon convenience. Will they be available? He may have to try to catch them by Zoom, but you know, that's the devil's in the details, but he'll figure that part out. But the bigger idea here is, don't try to do focus groups when you have competing or divergent groups. That it will not go well for you, and that this ends up defeating the whole purpose. We're trying to do something. He's trying to do something constructive here that informs our behaviors, not adds to the rabble and the lack of civil discourse. Again, we have to be cognizant of those kinds of things. All right, that question that just popped up. Let's see. Where the potential gaps in leadership only observed, or with the syndicators, this may be an issue. I'll answer that. It's performance based. There's, you know, there was an actual problem here. As he said, the loudest and the dumbest, unfortunately, were rising to the top. And that means there is no democratic leadership. It's the law of the jungle, whoever's loudest and biggest and baddest kind of thing. So there was a problem already identified here. And so the responsible thing to do is assess what they know about democratic leadership. That's where you start. If there's a problem that it's not occurring, don't assume that they know what it is and they're just choosing not to use it. They may not know what it is and certainly haven't had any instruction in it. Don't blame the victim. You know, that never gets you anywhere either. You know, you've got to learn how to, again, organizationally, you've got to learn how to maneuver. And blaming the victim for their lack of knowledge or demonstrated ability is not the way to go. You assess where they are and you try to get them where they need to be, rather than just blaming them. That serves no purpose. So Richard correctly identified that we've got this problem. Let's don't just make the problem be another problem. Let's figure out a way to find a solution to the problem. And that's, you know, that's the notion here. What can we do to fix it? You know, I need to revel in the problem, the fact we got a problem that these folks are less than ideal leaders. So what are you going to do next now, hero? And that's what he's doing. He's moved on from that piece of it. We're not dwelling on that. He's going to try to assess and then get them the training, skills, abilities that they need to be the leaders that they are. I know somewhere early on in this program, you learned that leadership's not a position. It's a set of skills and values and a set of actions that you do. And this is the perfect example. This personifies what that notion that you were taught very that leadership, just because you have a position doesn't mean that you're a leader or that you know what the tenets of leadership are. Just because you got elected because you got, the rabble to elect you. You were the loudest, and, the dumbest. I mean, that doesn't make you a leader. It's the skill and ability, the activities, the things that you do that make you a leader. And that's the whole notion. That's kind of the theory. That's kind of the underpinning. That's why he's talking about it. He has a theoretical underpinning of democratic leadership. That's just the whole notion of democratic leadership. Leadership's not a position. It's actions. That's a big part of his theoretical foundation. And so theoretically sound. He's got a really good instrument that he started with his survey. We're using the standard in democratic leadership again. So his technique, it's not questioned. I mean, nobody will be able to come back and poke holes in his methodology. Again, he's working at a college. We've got to go step A to step B. We can't skip any steps. I mean, we got to be theoretically sound. Everything's got to be, it's all T's crossed and all I's dotted, because he is working in a college environment where this kind of thing it's a research institution. For God's sake, it's an R1. That they're going to be all over him about his methodology, and it's got to be above reproach, and it will be, and it is. He's got it all planned out. It's very well. So again, people are at different places, but it's that methodology, it's that sound basis that you start with that will get you where you need to go. So excellent job. Well, we've gotten to Leslie. Certainly not least, she is last. Is doing a very worthy project at Cleveland Community College, trying to help them, assist them with their problem, which is their nursing programs are not accredited. So we'll let her jump right in. Welcome, Leslie, and thank you for being here this afternoon and being patient.
Okay, I'm trying to see if you can see.
Yeah, we can see your nurses.
Okay.
In their scrubs.
All right, yes. So my final presentation is centered around my partnering organization, which is Cleveland Community College, and the accrediting agency, Accreditation Commission for Nursing and Education, or otherwise known as ACEN. And the problem experienced by the college is that neither of their existing practical nursing or PN program, nor their new associate degree nursing ADN program is accredited by the ACEN. And college administration values this accreditation immensely and would love to pursue this initiative. And the reason that this is important to the college, there are several reasons. The first one is that they believe ACEN accreditation will therefore increase enrollment at the college. And that, of course, is very important. The second thing, they think that graduates will have been held to a higher standard in an ACEN accredited program, therefore making them more highly competent in the field. The third reason it's important is because graduates from ACEN accredited programs outperform other graduates on licensure and advanced certification exams. And then ACEN accreditation is required by many nursing programs for admission at the graduate level, as well as by some state regulating agencies for licensure and often employers. So it has a lot of importance and a lot of implications all the way around. My hypothesis for the project is that through the development of a systematic process surrounding curriculum, which involves teaching strategies, learning activities, and assessment and evaluation methods, will lead to the college's successful submission for accreditation to the ACEN. I use the following research questions to guide my research. Number one, what are the benefits of ACEN accreditation? Number two, how does current curriculum align with ACEN standards? Number three, how can faculty enhance current curriculum and practices to meet those ACEN requirements? And then number four, what strategies could be implemented to help the stakeholders better understand the whole process? I used Getzel's GUBA theory as my framework, and it basically theorizes that role and personality must be satisfied or balanced to achieve the goals of the system or the organization to be productive and fulfilling to both the individual and then the organization. So if you take that theoretical framework and marry it to the problem of the organization, it becomes the question, are the people in the organization at Cleveland Community College willing to do what the organization needs for them to do in order for the Rose School of Nursing to achieve that initial accreditation by the ASIN? And the literature speaks to the value of program evaluation, which of course is a huge part of accreditation. You are constantly reviewing every nook and cranny, every ounce of instruction that goes into a program. And by looking at each of those, it helps you become a stronger program. And we learned a lot about that through our text, Royce. So programs must evaluate, of course, all aspects of the program to ensure that standards are aligned, as well as objectives and evaluation methods are aligned. The literature also spoke to the ASIN process, not only its benefits, but also its barriers that one needs to be knowledgeable about. And each of these topics provides insight into what college stakeholders really need to do to be successful with the overall accreditation process. Creswell is quoted as saying, the basic assumption of mixed methodology is that the combined qualitative findings and quantitative findings lead to additional insight not gleaned from just the qualitative or the quantitative findings alone. So the methodology for this study used a mixed methods approach with a convergent design. A qualitative survey consisting of 5 open-ended questions was sent to 15 college and industry stakeholders. Those same people were also surveyed to collect quantitative data from a 4-question survey using a 4-point Likert scale. And so both the qualitative and the quantitative survey addressed the same items, which was knowledge of the ASIN standards and the current end of program learning outcomes, alignment of the current instruction to those ASIN standards, and the stakeholders' readiness and willingness to actually begin the accreditation process. Once the survey was closed, the response rate was 46%. Tetnowski and D'Amico describe that our qualitative research attempts to answer the question of why. And it also investigates how a process takes place versus if it takes place. So a little bit of history about open-ended questions. It dates back over a century when anthropologists and sociologists would ask questions about people's lives. They wanted to know the context of how they lived and how they understood the world. If we move on to the 1940s, we have Paul Lazarsfeld, who was the father of qualitative research, who studied motivation and later market research. In the 1960s, Dichter published The Strategy of Desire, which acted as a theoretical framework for qualitative research and included a lot of practical strategies for its implementation. So over time, more disciplines have begun to use qualitative research to answer those questions of why and how. Some strengths of open-ended questions: they help researchers manage comments, make them more useful. It provides detail and explanation and clarification. But there are also some limits to the open-ended survey. The results are hard to extend. Sometimes responses are ambiguous. Many people think that this type is too subjective. Researchers could bring in bias, and sometimes it's difficult to replicate. My collection method, again, were the open-ended questions. I used coding and looked for themes. The 5 open-ended questions that were sent to the 15 people who work or were connected with the college's nursing program, there was an average of 5 responses per question with an overall response rate of 46%. And once the survey closed, the data was coded and analyzed using keywords. So a couple of findings from the qualitative include that the stakeholders had a varied knowledge, a basic, intermediate, and advanced awareness of the ASIN process. The stakeholders were more aware of the PN outcomes and curriculum and less aware of the ADN outcomes and curriculum due to the ADN program being a new program on campus starting in August. And all stakeholders reported that they were willing to help with the accreditation process and feel that all other stakeholder groups are ready to begin. So some basic recommendations from this data would be that everyone appears to be ready to begin the process. College administration should create a task force with a chairperson to begin this planning process. College administration needs to decide if they want to try to accredit both programs simultaneously or go for one at a time. And then the task force would need to develop SMART goals, a timeline, and secure funding for the process. So based on the qualitative data, I would recommend that CCC begin the process for both the ADN and the PN nursing programs. Salkind remarked that since humans could count and trade, they realized that collecting information and data was a very important and useful skill. So if we look back to the history of surveys, you could see that a census was used in Bible times to count and record people living in a certain area. In the 1930s, public opinion polls, prediction of several presidential elections were all using surveys. In the 1960s to the 1990s, more surveys were used to ask Americans just general things about their life. With the invention of the telephone, surveys increased. And then, of course, from the 1990s until now, technology is the driver of our surveys. And that creates, or that's used because it's low cost and seems to have a fast turnaround time. So strengths as far as surveys are that they're cost effective, they're very versatile, and they allow for little subjectivity. But some limitations are lower response rates, poor recall on the part of the participant can sometimes skew the results, and surveys don't offer much room for depth or allow for follow-up questions or additional clarification. So again, my collection method was a survey, and I used the analysis tool of MODE. So a 4-question survey with several subsections was sent to those 15 people that are connected with the nursing program. 7 out of the 15, or 46%, completed the survey. And once it was closed, the data was analyzed using the measure of central tendency of MODE. So the findings from that data include that 1 person was slightly aware, 3 people were moderately aware, and 3 were extremely aware of the ASIN process. So kind of that varied. The second is that stakeholders rated that they were either moderately or extremely aware of the PN outcomes and everything that goes along with that. And they rated their awareness of the ADN outcome strategies and evaluation methods as only slightly aware. 5 people were willing to write narratives, gather information, or create documents. And then everyone, 100%, felt that they were ready to move on with the process. Again, the same recommendations as before. All stakeholders appear ready to begin the process. College administration needs to form a task force with a chairperson to begin planning. College administration needs to decide whether to accredit one or both programs at the same time. And that task force would have to develop goals, a timeline, and be able to secure funding. So based on the quantitative results, I would recommend that they begin the process for both of the nursing programs. The chart you see compares the qualitative and the quantitative findings and demonstrates that both confirms each other. So you can see that qualitative of the process seemed to be varied with both groups. Awareness of the outcomes was more familiar with the PN, less familiar with the ADN. Both groups said they were willing and both groups said that they were ready. So based on the confirmation of all data, the overall recommendation is to begin the process for both nursing programs. Moving forward, next steps would be outlined in an action plan to help the college know which direction to move next. Those activities include a timeline, a person responsible, resources needed, and an evaluation method. So the first step is to share the results. The next step is to decide on one or both programs. The third step would be to make SMART goals, and the fourth step would begin curriculum alignment. As far as deliverables for this project, I would provide as the consultant an outline of this process and an overview of the standards to college administration. I'll provide a proposed budget that is based on ASIN accreditation fees. And then I would also provide a timeline to give guidance as to how long the process would take until completion. My references are provided here. And what questions do you have for me?
Excellent methodology again. College got to be clean. A point at the end there, and I know Leslie has done this, just like in our very first presentation today with Birdie. She needs to make sure that she identifies and informs the administration of both the dollar amount, like she said, what it costs, and the personnel requirements, both the fiscal and the human resources. Anytime you're implementing the project, you got to go know both. I mean, they've got people there to do the work, but you got to identify what that is, because that may mean that they do this rather than something else. I mean, you got to know how many people it's going to take and what they got to do. Now, thinking about accreditation from just simply a technical standpoint, what has to happen in accreditation is there is an accrediting agency that's out there. You don't get to, you can decide how and when you're going to do things, but the things you do is determined by them. They have both student learning outcomes and program outcomes that you have to meet in order to be accredited. And they're going to have a curriculum person who is able to design activities and classes that make sure that lead to those student outcomes, and then that they've got the right ones that lead to the program outcomes. And they'll have to build an assessment system that assesses that both along the way, formative, and at the end, summative. They'll have to do that. Those are the things that they'll have to do to get where they need to be. Now they and she can help lead them through that. But the issue here is when you are working with an accreditation body as a consultant or as a leader, you've got to understand that you can't just sit down and say, what do we think they ought to know? You can't just sit down and say, what are we doing? Should we do more or less of it? No, there's a higher authority that sets the things that you have to do. You have to know that. You have to know that going in, that you can't set your own standards, that you are trying to match the accrediting agency so that they will grant you that accreditation. That greatly changes the content of your consultancy or leadership, what you're doing with them, because that's not in debate. What you got to do is figure out a way to get where they are rather than we go where we want to. And that very much informs your process. You've got to understand that. So when you start working with any organization, one of the things that you've got to make sure you understand is, one of the first questions that you would ask is there an accrediting body out there that says what you're supposed to be doing here? And if they are, we need to read what that is before I start diving in here and making collecting data and making decisions and making recommendations and action planning. We need to know what those things are. So what Leslie is doing is she is setting up the kind of the pre that gets you to that point. And we got to have some smart goals and some steps along the way. And what we're trying to figure out is is willingness here. Are we where we need to be to start this thing? Are people on board? What do they know about this? And we'll get them, you know, they're willing, 100% of them are willing. Now we're going to get them the information they need to actually start this. So she's not actually setting, you know, the student learning objectives in the program and the program outcomes. She's not doing those. She's getting ready to do those. Again, this is the perfect example of what I talked to you about early on, is assuming past the problem. You know, I told you, you know, my wife said, well, you know, or do you not know how to attach the antenna to the antenna to the chimney? When I said, yeah, I know how to do that. I just don't know how to get up there. We had assumed past the problem. And many times when you're trying to do accreditation, people know what the standards are. They just don't know what the steps are to get there. And that's what she's doing. She's getting them up on the roof. You know, I'll use that metaphor again. And that may be the most important piece, is she's getting them ready to do the work. She's not assuming that they know or are willing or how to do the work. It's just, they're just not doing it. She didn't make that false assumption that, you know, that she is going step by step. She's laying the groundwork, the lead work. She's getting them up on the roof. Now it's going to be up to them when they hire these curriculum people and get started. It's going to be up to them if they can attach the actual antenna to the roof. But she's getting them up there, and that's the whole notion here. We can't assume past the problem. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that we make as leaders or consultants. If we think it's just, you know, it's just that they just, you know, they're just not doing it. We blame the victim again. Well, they don't know the steps to get there. They don't know how to get up on the roof. We have to lead them through that as a consultant or as an organizational leader. So this one's a little bit different than the others, but it's absolutely, this is a wonderful case study on what you have to do to get people ready. And it's wonderful, just like Sharice's is, they're an idea. She's getting them ready to try to be an organization. And that sometimes that's what it is. And then we've got Brenna who they think they've got an organization and they don't. And she's got to help them actually turn what they've got into an organization. These are issues. Richard's problem is, you know, he's got 7 different constituents there that he's got to put together. No, they don't have leadership ability, but there's no reason why they would have it. So we got to go back to the beginning and we got to assess where they are. And we got to build that. And then we'll see if they can actually leave or choose to. You know, I mean, we've got a number of problems here, and they're all individual. They're all unique, and their methodologies all have to be different. None of your presentations look the same today because none of your projects are the same. We don't do cookie cutter. We don't hand a dissertation manual out because it one size does not fit all. And that's kind of my concluding statement here as a consultant and as a leader. And kind of to wrap this up, the time that, you know, the 16 weeks that we spent together this semester is that when you're doing action research, when you're a leader, when you're a consultant, it's all individual to where you're working. There is, you know, there's literature out there that will help you, that can address what people have done in similar situations, but everybody's unique, everybody's different. You have to put your skill set to work here. It's never going to be plug and play where it's easy. You're going to have to continue to grow and learn, collect that data, analyze that data, make decisions based on that data. You know, the only thing that's going to be constant is change and evolution and involvement. Leadership's not a position, it's a series of activities. I have enjoyed our time together this semester immensely. I would have to say that as a group, your projects are as good or better than any I've ever had. They're excellent. If you'd had a better instructor, if I'd let Dr. Neal and Dr. Burgess do more, we'd probably done better, but I'm very pleased with what you've done. My time has been well spent with you. I've enjoyed working with all of you. I thank you for that. And again, I always thank you for choosing Garden Web. May God bless you. Everybody have a good weekend. I'll see you soon.